If we reduce the number of servants, the house will be understaffed, and that won't do." She opened her eyes and said, "My intention is not that you're lacking." She continued, "I know that." As she placed the glass on the table, she subtly warned him that people, especially nobles, need to be more concerned about their appearance. From her actions and words, he also understood the intention she wanted to convey to him. He thought that Vislan was the eldest daughter of a poor baron and heard that she aspired to become famous. As he looked at the wine swaying in the glass, he was reminded of the undercurrents happening among the nobility. At that time, she had been doing business with the nobles after broadening her horizons. After arriving in this territory, she became fascinated with sculpture art, and that's when she met the baron. They fell in love, and now she had become a pillar of the cultural center in the territory. She was proud of her life and content with the family she was living with, which had many people. It seemed that she was gritting her teeth, and appearance was everything. After a while, she finally spoke up. So in the end, it meant that there were many people who didn't expect her to say such a thing. He glanced at her and thought that, of course, having many servants was good. Without servants, even changing clothes would be inconvenient. Thinking of this, Kale remembered Aomiya from a novel. But in the future, a frantic black dragon will appear, and many people will die if it's not resolved. After some thought, he decided not to care about this matter anymore. Whatever others did was not important. But he didn't want to see anyone die right before his eyes, and he didn't want to be responsible for those who would get hurt because of it. He thought that when he was young, he had to take care of himself, so he knew how scary and burdensome it was when it came to human lives. Holding the wine glass up, he said to her with a sarcastic tone, "Art is a reflection of the soul, isn't it?" She responded, "So you know that too." He replied, "Yes, I know." He fondled the wine glass. Art doesn't create something visible. Instead, it creates something that's already in the heart. He continued, "It's written on a sign in the exhibition room." When it came to art, her attitude towards him became softer. "The servants will do whatever you want." She continued, "Everything, including the carriage, has been prepared with the highest quality. People like us should be like that. So, let's choose the most expensive things. Of course, a good carriage has been prepared, and it won't matter even if we drive on stony roads." As she spoke, the corner of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Her father saw it and looked at her with surprise. He was taken aback for a moment, then cleared his throat as if he wanted to say something. Then he spoke up. "Ciel, have you gone through the documents about the nobles that we provided?" He saw the man ask, and he honestly replied, "Yes, it's quite interesting." He bluntly assessed that their personalities varied, with some being narrow-minded, intelligent, and intimidating, while others were foolish or powerful. All kinds of people existed. Seeing that he remembered those things, the old man couldn't help but be satisfied. "Well, it seems you've really read through everything I gave you. Anyway, just do as you wish." Just as the old man was speaking, he suddenly hesitated. Cal looked up at him with a serious expression. "I've heard a strange rumor." The old man said that there was news, and what he had heard recently was that the carnivorous tree had changed to a vibrant green color in a place where nothing could grow. Upon hearing this, a thought suddenly occurred to him. The old man narrowed his eyes, looking serious, and said, "It's good, but it's indeed an interesting rumor, isn't it?" He was taken aback for a moment, thinking that it was impossible for Roos Base to go to the rat zone, and was certain that he was thinking of something else. However, another thought emerged, contradicting the previous one. It was impossible to know about the story of ancient power. I have a certain connection with the tree, so I can vaguely guess what's happening to it. After a moment, he quickly regained his composure. "Yes, it's indeed an interesting rumor, Father," he muttered to himself, and then said, "It's not just an ordinary rumor." Suddenly, the old man turned serious and warned him to be careful about rumors, as nothing was more terrifying than people's mouths and eyes. The old man emphasized that within the territory he managed, everything would be fine. He quickly responded, "I'll keep that in mind." In his heart, he thought that living in this territory would be comfortable, without any challenges. Cal fell into contemplation, hoping to quickly reach the capital and enjoy the rest of his life. Not long after, the meal ended, and before leaving, his father regretfully said, "I didn't think I'd be able to see you off, as I have some urgent business. Farewell, then." As he walked past Ban and Lily, both of them looked at him with an indescribable gaze. Feeling their gaze, he couldn't help but stop and turn around, asking, "What's wrong?" Both Ban and Lily bowed their heads in unison. "Stand there and watch what they're going to do." Lily suddenly hesitated and said to him, "Wishing you a safe journey." The three of them stood there, chatting for a while, before parting ways. The next day, after he had made thorough preparations for his journey, as he approached the carriage that Mrs. Vieslan had arranged for him, he was about to open the door when he suddenly stopped. As if he had seen something that made him uncomfortable, he frowned and said, "What's this again?" Cal's eyebrows furrowed in surprise. "What's going on? It turned out that inside the carriage, Han was delightedly watching two cats, On and Hong, lying opposite him, looking satisfied. Unable to help but laugh, "It seems they prefer that seat to mine, don't they?" Han went over to the two cats and sat down, the young master. John stood behind him and finally spoke up. "My young master will sit beside Ma." The man nodded in response. Just as he was about to step into the horse carriage, someone called out to him, and he stopped in his tracks. Choi Han hummed and walked closer, saying, "Can't I not sit in the same carriage?" "Why is that?" he asked, smiling inwardly. He nodded slightly and replied, "Yes." Cal couldn't help but think that the other person was strange, watching as the figure walked further away. He sighed, still feeling sorrowful. The hatred in his eyes remained, indicating that he still couldn't accept or let go. He was still struggling after accompanying everyone. Choi Han had become more introverted, but still kept a knife in his heart. Cal narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. "Your seat isn't here." He was startled and hummed, turning his head. He saw HMAN, who was smiling and talking to Choi Han. People like him shouldn't be on this continent. The two of them parted ways. He stepped into the horse carriage, thinking, "Let's just go already. I'm the type of person who looks down on others." Once they were settled, Haman poked his head in and asked, "Young master, shall we depart now?" The door slammed shut, and he coldly ordered, "Yes, let's go." "Hurry up!" Very quickly, the horse carriage began to move at a fairly fast pace. As they approached a bridge over a river, Cal gazed out the window, lost in thought. Should I ask Han to take care of those gifts? He recalled asking Ban and Lily, "What do you two want as gifts?" Lily was taken aback and asked, "Really?" He smiled to himself, thinking that she indeed wanted something. Ko-Trun 2 translator's note. This is an unclear term. Possibly a name or a phrase finally spoke up. A sword. This answer surprised him. "Huh?" Lai looked up at him politely. "Please buy me a sword." Cal furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Recently, Lily had a dream of becoming a swordsman. He stroked his chin, thinking that the proportions of this family's members were quite standard. With long legs and arms, it wouldn't be impossible to become a swordsman. Even at 7 years old, she was slightly taller than her peers, and with a bit of effort, she could become a swordsman. "A swordsman, you say? I'll buy an expensive one for you." Lily's face lit up with happiness, and she said, "Thank you." Kaal asked his younger brother Ba, "What do you want?" He replied without hesitation, "A pen." Cal nodded. "All right, I know." The horse carriage stopped abruptly in the middle of the bridge. Hearing the commotion outside, the two cats became agitated. Cal asked, "Why have we stopped?" It turned out that a group of bandits was blocking the road. Luck pointed at the group in front of them and said, "If you want to pass, you need to pay the toll. Hand over everything you have." Cal sighed, thinking that, just like in novels, bandits would appear. But didn't those people see TA in the horse carriage? The two cats also breathed a sigh of relief. "Are these robbers tired of living?" John spoke up from outside. "Master, it seems we need to stop and rest for a while. There are indeed many rabbits here." He frowned when the man said that these rabbits were not the kind he wanted to give to the young master. Then he smiled and said, Of course, these rabbits will be caught by others and brought to Master Cal. Cal thought to himself, there are people more terrifying than bandits here. He cleared his throat to calm himself down. As time passed, the sky was blue and cloudless. Today was a day with perfect weather. Cal had been lost in thought for half a day. Tomorrow they would arrive at the village destroyed by the Black Dragon. Soon the sun set and the sky was covered with a warm orange glow. He clenched his fist, looking at the food on the table. The main course of the day was rabbit soup. Oh heaven. Cal's eyes were fixed on the food in Choi Han's hands. Perhaps this wasn't caught by hunting. Choi. Han bowed his head. This guy can also hunt rabbits, you know. The two cats meowed under his feet. Meo An waved its paws. Meow if you don't like it, give it to me. Meo Hong also meowed loudly. Meow, give it to me. Meow, give it to me. Han stood nearby, raising his voice. For our feline lords, I've prepared food without a single grain of salt. It's good for their health. Cal glanced around, seeing people discussing animatedly, then looked in another direction. Seeing Choi Han savoring his food with relish, he clicked his tongue. Today, Cal's caravan encountered bandits. Choi. Han drew his sword, standing firm without flinching, as he gazed at the bandits attacking. A glint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The strongest person among them was indeed Choi Han. The intense battle left bodies scattered everywhere. Choi Han was covered in blood. Han stood outside the carriage, reporting, Master, I've finished cleaning up. A person behind him stepped forward. It was just a small fight. Choi. Han spoke, as easy as turning one's palm. His face, covered in blood, made Hillsman pale with fear. Cal looked out from the carriage, evaluating. He's indeed someone who can handle the Count's son. Not a single wound. John noticed that the young master wasn't eating much and asked with concern, Master, doesn't it taste good to you? Cal thought to himself, this old man is making fun of me. He turned and nodded with a scowl. It's not delicious. Choi. Han asked upon hearing that, Do you feel unwell? Cal shook his head. It's not that. To be honest, I can eat anything except these hunted rabbits. Choi. Han fell silent, looking at him, unsure what he was thinking. After a while, he called out, Cal! Everyone stopped to set up camp and rest. And at this moment, Choi Han was sitting on a log, gazing into the distance, when he walked up to him and asked, What are you looking at? Choi Han was startled, turned around, and then asked sternly, Is this your first time witnessing a battle? Cal raised an eyebrow and replied honestly, I've had a few skirmishes with bandits today. Choi Han nodded. That's right. The flames from the fire lit by everyone were still burning, and Cal's voice rang out, It's my first time. Recalling the image of the swarm of robbers as numerous as ants that morning, Cal continued, Because I've never encountered so many bandits like that before. Choi Han seemed to understand something. I thought this was your first time facing danger like this. He smiled wryly, letting the matter slide. In Cal's mind, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Although it was indeed scary, but because of you, I was also frightened and uneasy for a while. Cal turned his head, directing his gaze towards John, who was busy doing something by the carriage. What about over here? He recalled John's sinister face when he caught a rabbit, and the old man's smile as he looked at the rabbits he had caught. Then he thought of Brox beside him, a man who always carried a knife. Cal turned his face away, sighing. Everywhere is full of people like that. Every moment of mine feels like 1,000 pounds hanging by a thread. His hand reached out in front of him, holding a bowl of soup. The flavor had also decreased. Someone was approaching, calling out to Cal. He crossed his legs like a king, folding his arms across his chest, and asked, What's the matter? The person who came was Choi Han. He walked up to Cal and said something. The confusing sentences were hard to understand at first, and Cal couldn't grasp what he was saying. It didn't seem related to their previous conversation. Choi. Han saw Cal's confused expression and switched to a different topic. You're not practicing martial arts? Cal shook his head. Not necessary. Choi. Han saw Cal's indifferent attitude towards training and said, Shouldn't one have the strength to protect oneself? Kale didn't think so, still sitting calmly on the chair, and replied, "Aren't there many people already?" Choi. Han turned his head to look at the elite soldiers, fully armed and assigned to protect him. "Can't you see the people around me?" And that wasn't all. Before Choi Han could continue, Kal had placed his hand on his chest, patting it a few times with pride. He smiled and replied, "I trust my heart, I will survive." After speaking, Kal had a smug expression, thinking he was right. After all, he had a shield to protect him, and he should be prepared for people like Choi Han. The crowd stood there, watching the two argue back and forth. The leftover food was not eaten, and their bodies were weak from hunger. Choi Han fell silent, not responding, but was trying to remember something. It seemed he hadn't done something on this side with the two little cats. An and Hong were rubbing against Kale's legs, meowing. He folded his arms, looking down at them with a hint of annoyance. What now? Suddenly, Choi Han turned around and left, saying, "I need to go practice my swordsmanship." Kal looked puzzled, having just finished eating. While firmly grasping the sword in his hand, Choi Han spoke with a resolute tone, "I must become even stronger." As he watched Choi Han's back disappear from his sight, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. Is he trying to become strong enough to blow away the entire continent? Just as he was having such a daunting thought, Brooks brought over a bowl of food filled with meat, eggs, and vegetables, and presented it to Kal, saying, "Eat a lot, okay?" Kal was startled, turned around, received the bowl, and thanked him profusely. John saw Kal's expression and stepped forward to say, when he wasn't in the mood for eating, John began to take on a knowing and wise demeanor. He started to preach to Kale about foods rich in acidity, like citrus fruits, being very good. Just as he was lecturing, a powerful voice echoed from afar, drawing everyone's attention. The person who spoke loudly was Haman, the deputy leader. After eating quickly, they gathered behind him to begin training. Kal crossed his arms, turned to Haman, and sighed in admiration. Indeed, the deputy leader has also been influenced by Choi Han. Soon Kal's group set off. 3 days later, Kal sat in a horse-drawn carriage, stroking his chin, thinking that in 3 days, the incident with the rampaging dragon would occur. This territory bordered the territory of the Henny family and was owned by a count. Below the mountain on the right lay a village, which was a private estate of the owner. A black dragon was imprisoned behind that mountain. Kal became lost in his thoughts again. Although the estate belonged to a viscount, this viscount was no different from the dog of the Marquis Stan. His gaze drifted off as he thought of Vignon, the second son of Marquis Stan, who had crippled his older brother to take the inheritance. Rumor had it that this lunatic occasionally visited the estate. Thinking this, he couldn't help but sigh. If that lunatic hadn't raised the dragon and tortured it to amuse himself, the dragon wouldn't have rampaged. Han noticed him sighing and suddenly felt startled. Han forced a smile and quickly found suitable words to ease the tense atmosphere. "Master, you're tired, aren't you? I'll accompany Choi Han to quickly find an inn." He responded lazily, "Let's go." Han noticed his mood had improved and breathed a sigh of relief, nodding quickly. "I'll be right back." Han stood talking to Choi Han, seemingly discussing tasks with each other. Kal stood aside, observing. Then Kal called out to Choi Han, who responded with a yes. Kal, sitting in the carriage, urged him to hurry. Choi. Han understood, glanced at the sky, and seeing it was already late, nodded. Just now, when talking to Han, he had a cold demeanor. But upon hearing Kal's request, Choi Han smiled genuinely. "Yes, I'll go quickly and be back soon." As he spoke, Choi Han felt a strange sensation in his heart. Choi. Han stared at Kale, his expression uneasy, as if his sweaty palm had touched the pages of a book. Kale looked puzzled at Choi Han's intense gaze, feeling a bit embarrassed, and turned his face away. Suddenly, in the distance, there was a horse-drawn carriage, rushing towards them at a very high speed, and in front of it, there was an old man, slowly crossing the road. At this moment, Choi Han rushed forward, at the fastest speed to save the old man. Han quickly reached the old man and used his hands to hug the old man's chest, just in time as the horse-drawn carriage rushed by like the wind. Choi. Han and the old man fell to the ground. The horse-drawn carriage had a flag with a black background and yellow patterns. The carriage continued to move forward without stopping, as if it didn't care about the consequences. Choi. Han observed the scene, stood up, and walked out of the way, sighing huffs. Haman appeared from behind and asked, "Master, are you going to go see it yourself?" Cal seemed unhappy and asked, "If I don't go, who will?" At this moment, a footstep appeared. It turned out to be Venyon, a noble with great power and influence, stepping down from the carriage. Choi. Han looked at Venyon's cold and arrogant expression, frowning in disgust. Venyon was the one who had just caused the trouble, and he was also a typical villain in a novel. The servant next to Venyon scolded, "What do you mean by blocking the way of Lord Venyon?" Choi. Han looked up angrily, not afraid of Venyon, and shouted, "Is that what you say to the person you almost ran over?" Choi Han didn't like the attitude of the rich and powerful, so he stood up and argued, "Blocking the way? Isn't it because you didn't stop the carriage? If you had stopped, this wouldn't have happened. You still think the fault is mine and the old man's? If you see a noble's carriage, you should know to get out of the way." The servant looked at Choi Han with disdain from the start, then glanced at the old man. The old man was still sitting on the ground, shaking with fear. The servant despised Choi Han and the old man, calling them ignorant commoners. Choi. Han looked at the servant with a displeased expression. Venyon stepped forward, patted the servant on the shoulder, and shook his head, indicating that it was enough. Then, Venyon looked at Choi Han with a calm expression, observing the conflict between them. CLA whispered to Choi Han, who seemed very agitated. Cal didn't respond, his teeth clenched in anger. Choi. Han turned around, hesitated, but then said, Choi Han didn't like the recklessness of those people. They could have taken a different route to avoid the old man, but instead, they drove straight towards him. Before he could finish speaking, Cal called out to Choi Han. Cal's expression was calm, but his voice was soothing and peaceful. He turned to look at Venyon. Cal's eyes focused on the sleeve of Venyon's shirt, which still had a bit of blood on it. Cal stared at the blood stain on the sleeve. The blood was still fresh, and it seemed to be the blood from the visit to the imprisoned dragon. Venyon ignored Cal's gaze and smiled friendly, greeting him with great pleasure. "I'm honored to meet you. You're the relative of Count Dyrus, right?" Cal saw Venyon's greeting and thought his speculation was correct, that Venyon had indeed recognized him. Cal thought for a while and responded, "It's a pleasure to meet you too, young Master Venyon." But in his mind, he cursed Venyon as a crazy and mad bastard. Venyon disregarded Cal's cold gaze and continued, "I've heard a lot about the Henny Dyrus family, a person who lives very liberally and is not like other typical nobles." Venyon raised his finger to touch his cheek and asked, "Are you the one who will replace Ban Henny at the party this time?" Cal felt uncomfortable upon hearing this, thinking, he knows everything, yet still asks? Despite feeling uneasy inside, Cal still nodded politely and responded, "Yes, I'm the scoundrel who will be attending." The scoundrel knew his own position and ended his words. Venyon didn't hesitate to praise him, saying he's an interesting person. Venyon's eyes glanced at the old man who was still in a daze and hadn't stood up yet. Although wasting time on something as worthless as this wasn't a good thing, it wasn't bad to meet someone as noble as Kael. Venyon stroked his chin continuously, and his subordinates could tell that he was distinguishing between those who had the right to stand on this land and those who didn't. Venyon's eyes became icy cold as he stared at Choi Han and the others, who didn't have the right. Choi. Han gritted his teeth in anger, but remained silent. After speaking, Venyon burst into laughter, seemingly mocking Choi Han, implying that he needed to be re-educated. The old man finally regained his composure, slowly crawling forward, trembling, and kneeling down with his face to the ground, begging for forgiveness and pardon. Venyon looked at the old man's trembling body and felt a sense of satisfaction. The state of the people in each territory was influenced by the character of its ruler. Cal frowned, coldly watching the scene before him, lost in thought. The young viscount of this region was like his master, embodying the nobility's typical air of authority and superiority. Cal had no patience to stand there and argue with Venyan, so he turned around and left. "Young Master Venyan, have you finished speaking?" Venyan was still standing there. Cal walked towards the old man, crouching down. He knew Venyan was itching to be beaten, but since it involved him, he couldn't let Chan Han cause trouble. Cal placed his hand on the old man's arm. The old man looked up in fear, but didn't dare to look straight, stuttering, Yes, sir." Cal asked a seemingly unrelated question. "Where's the tavern around here?" Cal stood up, his expression indifferent. "I asked you because I don't like drinking bad wine. If I don't drink good wine, I'll feel uncomfortable. So," he said, "tell me," and extended his hand. Cal smiled at Venyan. "I'm glad to have met you today, young Master Venyan." Venyan didn't respond or extend his hand to shake. Venyan looked at Cal with a questioning gaze, wondering what he was up to, but before he could respond, the other person had already walked away. Aside from speaking up to say young master, a considerable amount of time had passed. Venyan showed a displeased expression towards his subordinate. "You're obstructing the conversation of nobles." Then Venyan turned around, grasped someone's hand, and smiled socially. "I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Venyan hastily released his hand, an action that made Cal extremely puzzled. Grasped and then released so quickly? Looking at Venyan's departing back, Sial smiled and said, "If we meet again in the capital, let's have a drink together." "You're quite busy, aren't you?" Cal added another sentence. "Indeed. The heir of the Stan family is different." This made Venyan extremely uncomfortable, as if Cal was mocking him. For the sake of politeness, Venyan immediately changed his facial expression to a pleasant one and turned back to say, "Young Master Cal is indeed a generous and carefree person. Until we meet again." With that, Venyan got on his carriage and left. As he watched the carriage gradually disappear at the foot of the mountain, Cal sighed. "I didn't intend to meet that person again, and now I have to avoid him even more." Then he turned to Choi Han, who was standing beside him, and patted his shoulder. "Half of the nobles will behave like that." Seeing the old man still in a daze on the ground, Kale crouched down and asked, "Old man, why are you still not getting up? Is your foot injured?" Without waiting for the old man to respond, Cal turned to Choi Han and ordered, "Choi Han, since you saved this old man, please take care of him." The old man heard this and waved his hand, saying, "Ah, it's okay. I'll just show you the way to the tavern. Actually, the reason just now was just to get out of the situation." Cal shook his head. "All right, I don't have the mood to drink." The old man smiled and said, "My house sells wine." Cal was surprised and asked, "Huh? Your house is a tavern?" The old man nodded hastily. "Yes, it's the only inn in the village, and it's also a tavern and restaurant." Cal stood up. "Since it's the only one, it can't be bad." He seemed to have developed a bit of interest, so Kale ordered Han to follow the old man's directions. Just as they were about to leave, Choi Han stopped them. Cal was puzzled and asked, "What's wrong?" Choi Han spoke up. "Aren't you angry?" Hearing this, Cal didn't understand what he was supposed to be angry about. "What do you mean?" After some thought, he asked a few questions in return. "Is it because he looked down on me? Or because he said I should discipline you? Or is it because he called that old man near death a waste?" Cal asked Choi Han. "Why did this old man have to apologize to you like that?" "You should apologize to him." Cal was told to say those words. "I'm not the kind of person who can say those words." Cal wasn't petty or selfish to that extent, and he didn't want to say it, nor was he angry. In his mind, he thought, "I know that saying that would make me look cool because it's what Choi Han would do. However, not now." Cal looked at Choi Han, who still didn't seem to trust him, and said that this action was something he had learned from life. Cal thought about compromising with power and accepting the irrationality, while still being able to live according to his own desires to some extent. Then he smiled. He smiled and said, "If there's something that makes me take it to heart at any time, I will definitely pay it back at any time. Cal adjusted his tie and continued. That Vanian guy will probably be kicked out of the house soon. Choi Han was puzzled by what he said and turned to ask. Cal didn't answer, just smiled confidently, his eyes looking far away. I will take his dragon. The scene shifted to a room inside the house. The old man led them back to his home and introduced. Is this the best room here, young master? Cal looked around and observed. Although the outside of the house was simple, the interior was fully furnished and tidy. It's really good. The old man standing beside him smiled and said it was the first time a noble had stayed here. However, the old man's expression still showed some fear, so there might be some shortcomings. Sal knew the old man was still a bit scared, so he went over and patted his shoulder, saying, You've prepared quite well, but doing too much makes me feel uncomfortable. He comforted the old man. It's okay. You can relax now. Cal sighed and said, I don't like people putting themselves down like that. This is a place where people passing through my territory stay, so it can't be lacking in anything. The old man was taken aback by his words and looked at him in silence for a while before asking, Are there many people as kind as you in the Henny Tills clan, young master? He crossed his arms and looked at the old man, smiling wryly. You mean I'm the most good-natured person in that territory? I'm actually the most unruly one there. Cal turned to look at the cozy room. Everyone is better than me. The old man seemed to understand and replied. An and Hong downstairs just shook their heads and sighed. After chatting for a while, the old man left. Before leaving, he bowed politely and said, I'll take my leave now. Just as Cal was about to say something, the old man had already left. Cal sighed and bowed 90 degrees. The old man really didn't understand how to make people feel at ease. Just as the old man left, there was a knock at the door. Cal glanced at the door and said, Come in. Han entered with a wooden box in his hand. The master asked me to bring this to you. Cal stood up and said, Give it to me. Han handed the wooden box to him, and he took it. Cal looked at Han, who was staring at the box in his hand. It seemed that Han was very curious about what was inside. Cal looked at Han and asked, Aren't butlers supposed to hide their emotions? Han realized he had been caught and replied, Showing everything to the master is one of the things a butler should do. Cal twitched his lip. Ridiculous. Han put his hand on his chest with a smug expression. I'm a very interesting person. Cal lost his patience and told him to leave. Han nodded and obeyed. Just as he was about to leave, Han suddenly stopped and turned around to ask, Are we going to stay here for 3 days, sir? Cal nodded and said, Make the necessary arrangements quickly. Han responded, Yes, I understand. After Han left the room, Cal put the wooden box down on the bed and stared at it. Cal placed his hand on the box. Apart from Han, Cal was also someone who didn't show any fear. Although cautious, he wasn't intimidated. He has guts. An and Hong, standing at the foot of the bed, looked up, and An spoke up. I'm extremely curious about what's inside. Hong nodded in agreement. Me too. I'm very curious. Cal opened the lock on the box and then lifted the lid. It was a tool to deceive a lunatic. He looked inside the box, smiled, and said, It helps me avoid getting hurt. The scene returned to the time when Cal was chatting with BOS. The two sat facing each other. BOS asked, What does your young master plan to use this object for? Cal crossed his legs and replied, I don't have a reason to tell you, do I? Bose furrowed his brow and said, I see. But acquiring that object will cost a lot of money. Cal asked, Can't we just rent it? Upon hearing Cal's question, BOS burst into laughter and said, Ha 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 ha! Of course it's possible for you, young master. However, BOS informed him that there were 2 things inside that couldn't be rented out to ordinary people. I'll use my own name to borrow it, so let's meet in the capital and hand it over to me. Kayan nodded and said, Of course. An saw something round on Kal's hand and curiously reached out with her foot to take a look. Cal picked it up, avoiding An's hand, an object that disrupts the mana circle. He then mentioned a price that left An and Hong aghast. It was worth hundreds of millions of gallons. Cal brought it closer to An and Hong again and said, If we just rent it, the price would be around 20 million gallons. He fell silent for a moment, then continued. This object will destroy all recording devices within a certain range. However, it needs to be installed a day in advance, and the duration is about 40 minutes. Cal smiled, staring at it. Although it's quite expensive, the internal components are quite sturdy, so it's not easy to destroy. That's what I'm most satisfied with. After that, he put it down on the bed and left to attend to some matters. An and Hong curiously climbed up to take a look. Meow meow. Cal walked in and saw the two sisters playing with it, then asked. The two girls knew how to read maps, and An proudly replied, "Of course we know. We're descendants of the Meow tribe." Hong nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. Cal took out a map and placed it in front of the two sisters. An's family was indicated on the map. We're currently in this village, near this mountain, see? He began to analyze. From here, if we head east of the mountain, we'll see a villa. We need to be careful not to get detected, so don't get too close. Cal continued. Behind that villa, there's a cave. We'll steal the young boy being held captive inside that cave. Upon hearing this, Hong was shocked and looked up, asking, "The young boy?" Cal nodded and winked. "Yes, he's younger than you." "How is it that Hong is even younger than you?" Cal replied. "Yes, 4 years younger." Then he put the mana disturbance orb into Hong's bag and asked, "So, are we going to save it?" Cal spoke with the tone of a thief. "Save?" "No, we're going to steal it." He tied the bag shut. After that, he put it around An's neck in the form of a cat and buried it on a mountain, then returned. An touched the bag with her foot and asked, "Where exactly are we burying it?" Cal heard this and turned to the window, replying, "Anywhere on the mountain is fine." An was very pleased and asked again, "Anywhere is fine, right?" Cal nodded in agreement. Hong looked at An and smiled smugly. "This is too easy." An replied, "We've already escaped from the adults of the Cat Clan." Looking at the two sisters, An smiled and said, "Brother Bao would naturally find it easy. We wouldn't have asked you if you didn't have the ability." He put the two of them on the windowsill and said, making them imagine a plate of fragrant beef, "When we return, we'll give you all the beef you can eat." And saying this, the two cute cat sisters jumped out the window and left. He watched as the two sisters, An and Hong, departed. Cal smiled, watching as their figures grew farther away, his smile deepening. Cal picked up a cup of tea and took a sip. "This is to my taste." He drank a few more sips before saying, "The tea is not bad." Choi Han asked suspiciously, "Why did you call me here? Is there something you need?" Hearing his question, Cal put down the cup. Cal crossed his arms over his chest, his legs crossed, and remained silent for a moment before asking, "Have you ever seen a real dragon?" After a moment, he asked again, "Have you ever seen a real dragon?" Choi Han was taken aback. "A dragon?" Cal nodded, "Yes." Choi Han replied, "I've seen creatures that resemble dragons." Cal assumed that Choi Han was referring to a monster that lived deep in the forest, similar to a dragon. Thinking this, he asked, "What kind?" Choi Han replied, "It's a monster." Cal was curious about the similarities and asked, "What kind of appearance does it have?" Cal also understood that it was a fierce and deformed creature. Hearing this, Cal was skeptical. "That's not exactly like a dragon." Choi Han was surprised and didn't quite understand what Cal meant. "What do you mean?" Cal raised his finger and began to explain to Choi Han that dragons were similar to humans. They had emotions and souls, just like humans. However, he paused for a moment before continuing. "If from birth you've been imprisoned in darkness and lived without knowing the existence of sunlight." Cal looked at Choi Han and asked, "Do you know what they would become?" Cal tapped his fingers on the table a few times and said, "They would lose their sanity." He looked deeply into Choi Han's eyes. No family, no hopes, just loneliness. Choi Han's hand gradually clenched into a fist, his face contemplative, a life full of misery. "Choi." Han fell silent, his face downcast with a deep gaze, not saying a word. Seeing Choi Han's expression, he understood that he knew this was the reaction he would get from a good-natured person like him, and that he would definitely be furious upon hearing such a story. Thinking this, he picked up his teacup and slowly brought it to his mouth. And a being like this was nearby. Choi Han still remained silent, not saying a word as he looked at his expression, unable to hide his anger. He guessed that he would be furious upon hearing the story about the tortured dragon. After a long while, Choi Han finally spoke up and asked, "You want to save and keep it?" Cal immediately denied it. "Are you crazy?" Choi. Han thought that was his intention, but upon hearing his response, he was taken aback. "What?" Cal asked back. "Why would I do that?" He put down his teacup on the table. The dragon grew up being tormented by humans. That's why it no longer trusts humans. Kale imagined that dragon, and he also heard that both humans and dragons are species that like to stand above others, and that dragons are a very arrogant species. He was still lost in thought about the dragon, and above all, raising a dragon would bring a feeling of being too powerful, and that it would be a recipe for disaster. Cal couldn't help but wonder to himself, with all 20 of them across the continents from east to west, and owning one of them, that would make me the center of attention on the entire continent. Choi Han looked skeptical, and if so, he burst out laughing. "Ha, well, what about it? Why did you ask such an obvious question?" he asked. "Isn't it that dragons should live freely, as is their nature?" Choi. Han nodded in agreement. "That's right." Upon hearing this, C stood up. "So, we're going to save that dragon, right?" "Yeah, so help me out here." As he looked at him preparing to leave, Choi Han suddenly became excited, his eyes shining brightly. "I'll do anything, no matter what." Seeing Choi Han's over-the-top expression, Cal shook his head. "No need to be so excited. We don't need to kill anyone either. Let's just quietly take care of it," Choi Han sighed. "You're different, Cal." He put his hands in his pockets and ordered downstairs. "Han, bring a table of wine up here for me." Inside the house, downstairs, there were guests eating and drinking. At this time, Choi Han was sitting next to Han, who was busy playing with On and Hong, the cats. On the other hand, Kale had drunk until his face was red. Choi. Han saw that Cal was drinking to the point of being drunk and still wanted to drink more, and he was a bit worried. "Why didn't you stop him?" On the contrary, Han wasn't worried, and was even smiling and joking. "With the young master holding it, there's nothing to worry about, and he promised not to throw any more wine bottles. Ha. Cal went to the bar and talked to the old shopkeeper. "The wine here is really good, better than I expected." The old man explained that it was a special brew made from fruits and herbs found around the mountains, which is why it was quite expensive. Cal raised the wine bottle he was holding and asked, "Is there still a lot left in this bottle?" The old man nodded respectfully and replied, "Yes, there's a lot left." Cal spread out his hands and said, "Then quickly bring out everything for our group." Man saw Cal gradually losing his calm demeanor due to the wine and hurriedly said, "Master, you don't need to be like that." Cal leaned in close to Haman's face, showing a displeased expression, and said, "Just drink it. It's a token of my appreciation, you know that, right?" Then he turned to Kwak Choi Han and said, "Choi Han, come here and help me. Help me go upstairs and rest." Haman was worried, but Cal waved his hand and said, "It's okay, Deputy Leader, you can rest." He told the other soldiers, "You can all rest too. There's no more danger now except for the guards. Everyone else can take a rest today." Cal leaned on Han as they entered the room. "I'm tired, I'm going." Man watched them leave, looking bewildered, and prayed silently, "Please don't follow him." Haman remained silent, watching the two people's backs as they walked away. John stood on the bridge, looking lazily at the two people. Cal, walking ahead, saw John and stopped. He thought that although this godlike person didn't care what he did, it would be troublesome if he caused a disturbance, so he should inform him first. Cal walked past John and said, "John, I'm going out for a bit. It's a secret, got it?" John stood still, then turned around and replied, "Yes, I understand. I'll wait." Cal said unpleasantly, "Don't wait for me." The two of them went into the room. Cal warned, "I'm very tired, so unless it's an emergency, don't wake me up. And if you're bothering me while I'm sleeping, you know what will happen, right?" "Got it?" Han agreed enthusiastically. "Of course, Master. You can rest now." John nodded. "I'll keep watch outside, Master." Cal told Han, "You can let go of me now. You can go too." Choi Han supported Cal into the room. Cal's head tilted slightly towards Choi Han and whispered something in his ear. "Come into my room through the window when the sun sets." The two of them moved apart slightly, and Choi Han stood silently looking at him. Then he returned to Kial's room. An and Hong sat on the bed. An asked. Choi Han stepped in from the window. "Cal," Choi Han jumped down, his face clearly showing surprise. "It's all because of that new transfer student, isn't it?" Jang Bell threw down the cigarette he was smoking, looking furious about something. He growled back at the new student, then put on an excited expression, seemingly ready to take revenge on behalf of his defeated underlings and teach Do-eun a lesson. "Where is that guy now?" At Sumun High School, the blackboard displayed neatly written text in white chalk. On Do-eun's table, a club activity notice caught the eye. Someone still dared to put up a poster of Do-eun. She sat with her chin resting on her hand, scrolling through her phone, lost in thought. She herself couldn't believe she was someone who was into handsome guys. Due to her emphasis on appearance, she liked the new transfer student who was too handsome, surrounded by hearts filled with adoration. She was watching a video of Do-eun eating in the cafeteria, exclaiming in excitement, "This profile is to die for!" In the video, Do-eun noticed Mina filming him and stared back at his phone without showing any surprise. He walked over, took the phone, and said, "I told you not to do that." Apparently, he was used to Mina frequently following him around and filming. The video shook as the camera moved, and Do-eun was no longer in the frame, but his voice and Mina's were still audible. Do-eun threatened, "Which club do you belong to? Do you want me to kill you where no one can see?" Mina was smitten, replying, "A place where no one can see?" Back to the present, watching the video again, Mina's admiration for Do-yeon grew. "He's so cute!" Suddenly, the teacher's voice interrupted Mina's daydream. "If you want to join the film club, raise your hand." Mina hesitated for a moment. Jason stood up, and both she and Mina raised their hands eagerly. "I want to join! I want to join!" they chimed in unison. The teacher smiled, pleased with the students' enthusiasm. "It seems the film club is very popular," he said with a chuckle. Mina was surprised to see many hands raised. The competition was fierce, with only 2 spots available. Her face turned gloomy as she thought, "Are they crazy? Daring to aim for the film club? The film club is not a place for bookworms like you." Her head jumped to the scene where she filmed with Do-eun. Both of them were hand in hand at the cinema. She tried to look coy and asked Do-eun how her outfit was, if it was beautiful. Do-eun smiled brightly, very lovely. She was lost in her thoughts. The film club is the heart, the symbol of the club's activities, a sign of glory. "It's all mine, all mine! You're not allowed to touch her. Show that scary face to scare everyone away. G." The angry growl of Mina echoed in the dark gray corner of the room, enveloping her. It made everyone uneasy, not daring to look or even stir. The scene shifted to Do-eun, who was sipping a box of milk and asking if they needed to find out which club the other student belonged to. Donggu looked puzzled and asked, "Who's that?" referring to the girl with the strange gaze. Do-eun replied, and Donggu said, "You mean Seo Mina? She's from Limdong." Do-eun stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I've never seen her at Blackhead. She's suspicious. Maybe Cha sent her." Donggu asked, "You're still keeping an eye on Blackhead?" Tai. While joining which club during the club activities, Donggu said while drinking water provided by Ai-yuan that it seemed like there was only that anime club. Donggu was surprised at something. Donggu recalled that the anime club was a haven for otaku. Donggu thought to himself, "A handsome and famous guy like him is off limits. He's heartless, trying to steal our territory." He gripped his milk box tightly until it squirted. Do-eun turned to him and said calmly, "What are you staring at? Want to die?" Unexpectedly, Kang Yu brought Jang Beom to settle scores with Do-eun. Jang Beom was still angry about the broken egg incident involving the judo twins. He cursed and was about to hit Kang Yu, but Kang Yu apologized profusely, Sorry, let's forget about that incident. Kang Yu suddenly calmed down and turned to Do-yoon. That guy made Jang Hyun-yu like this, didn't he? Kang Yu replied, Yes, the crazy guy obsessed with stir-fried pork. Jang Bell looked unhappy and warned, Watch your words. I like stir-fried pork. Jang Bell put his hands in his pockets and walked ahead, followed by Kang Yu, who was meekly obedient. They were all pumped up, about 6 of them, including Jang Byom and Kang Yu, approaching Do Yoon and Jong-gu, who were still discussing the club. Jong-gu said, As a member of the anime club, I find it hard to accept you. Do-yoon sensed someone and looked up, seeing them, and wondered. He stood up suddenly, making Dong-gu jump in surprise. What's wrong? You've never seen Zoro before? The sky was very clear and blue, and the air was fresh. Below, at the scene where Jang Bell met Do-yoon, it was not quiet as Yeon rushed by like a tiger. Still pouncing on its prey, Dong-gu was still confused, standing aside, looking pitiful. Kim Do-yeon, where are you going? Are you angry? Okay, I accept it. I'll accept you. Do-yoon was still rushing forward like an arrow, while Kang's face was covered in bruises, thinking to himself, What's going on? Is it rushing towards us? He stood frozen, slightly trembling. That bastard, I knew it was crazy, and it discovered us and came attacking first. Trying to take the initiative, not a bad idea. But this teasing trick won't work on Yugi Ion. Lim Jang Bell was also standing there, grinning with excitement. He didn't care about Do-yoon rushing towards him. All right, between guys, no need to say much. I have to admit, you've got guts. Exactly. That's what makes it interesting. Beating you is more fun, he said, switching to a ready-to-fight stance, punching towards Do-yoon, but he easily dodged it with a slight lean. Seeing that, he was surprised. Secretly evaluating his opponent's strength, dodged it? He thought to himself. The second punch was thrown, and Do-yoon dodged it again by ducking down. He spun around to avoid the attack and regained his balance. Do-yoon focused his strength on his left leg, lifted it slightly, and prepared to run. Do-yoon rushed past Lim Jang Bell. This made him feel humiliated, and he glared, enraged, thinking, who is this guy? On the other side, Maina was chatting with Jason, happily saying, the new student must be joining the film club, right? Definitely not the anime club, that's so lame. Suddenly, Do-yoon approached Mina, making her jump and cry out. Instead of being scared, she was overjoyed, exclaiming, meeting the new student is a surprise. Great, she thought to herself. I came here because I saw him. To their surprise, countless posters were thrown up in the air and fell all over the place. Do-yoon pinned Mina down to the ground, his face twisted in a scowl as he grasped her wrists. Who are you? Always following me like this, he growled, his tone menacing. Mina, who was extremely fond of Do-yoon, felt her heart pounding wildly with excitement. Oh heaven, don't let her heart beat irregularly. Do-yoon questioned her rapidly. Why were you taking pictures of me? Why did you delete them? Did my father order you to? Mina looked confused, asking back, Your father? Did you tell your family about this? Jason, standing beside them, noticed their awkward position and spoke up. Hey, what's going on here? Lim Jang Bell, feeling left out, shouted angrily. My fists, my fists. At this moment, his face was red with anger. Do-yoon still pinned Mina down, saying to Lim Jang Bell, I'm never going back. Mina thought it was meaningless. Was it because of me? Behind Lim Jang Bell, who was getting angrier, he rushed forward, kicking the ground hard, jumping up to kick Do-yoon, shouting, This insignificant guy dares! Do-yoon still hadn't reacted. Dong-gu stood aside, anxiously calling out Kim Do-yoon. Suddenly, Do-yoon grabbed Mina's arm and rolled around with her, dodging Lim Jang Bell's powerful kick. Mina was still confused, but she cried out in pain. Lim Jang Byom continued his anger, saying, I'm going to crush you! Don't move, you insignificant bug. Got it? Do-yoon now realized the presence of Lim Jang Bell. Who are you? What do you want from me? You should be grateful I let you off earlier, but you didn't run away. Hearing Do-yoon's bold words, Lim Jang Bell couldn't contain his anger, rushing forward like a wild dog, wanting to bite him. This insignificant bug dares to be so arrogant. His punch missed again, because Do-yoon dodged it easily. He continued to throw punches with more force, but still missed, only grazing the air. He kept throwing punches and kicks, but Do-yoon blocked or dodged them all, sometimes dodging, sometimes blocking. Lim Jong-bel still tried to throw punches, even though he knew he would miss. His arm was extended above Do-yoon's head. Once again, Do-yoon dodged. Seeing Lim Jong-bel showing signs of exhaustion, Do-yoon decided to counterattack. With a cold gaze, he clenched his fist. The homeroom teacher's voice interrupted them. "Who are you guys? You damn kids!" The punch was about to be thrown, but was stopped. Both of them looked up in surprise, seeing the teacher who had shouted. The teacher looked at Lim Jong-bel, who was wearing a different school uniform, and scolded. "Why are you guys from other schools gathering here? Come here!" The teacher called out, waving his ruler, signaling them to come closer. The teacher, Wang Ducheon, continued to call out, "Come here, you guys! Which school are you from?" Jang Bel's name was mentioned, and when he saw the teacher coming, he turned to Do-yoon and said with a sarcastic tone, "You're lucky, you bastard. These old men always appear at critical moments, and it's really annoying." He put his hand into his pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes, and quickly pulled out a cigarette and put it to his mouth. He walked close to Do-yoon and whispered in his ear, "It's not over yet, you know. See you after school." He didn't pay attention to the teacher's presence and arrogantly raised his hand to light the cigarette, then turned around and left, not forgetting to order his followers to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and showed a painful expression, as if someone had hit him. His eyes widened, and he spat out the cigarette he was holding in his mouth. The teacher was surprised at the scene before his eyes. Dong-gu, who was eating, almost choked. Mina, standing aside, couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my God!" It was Do-yoon who punched the man, causing him to fall to the ground. Do-yoon simply said, "Shut up, you bastard." Jang Bel seemed to have lost consciousness, lying still on the ground. Kang Yu, who was observing, kept his mouth shut and thought to himself, "Damn, he used his elbow to hit the back of the neck. This guy is ruthless." The thought of the new student being as good as dead terrified him. He thought to himself, "This is beyond the limit." Kim Do-yoon hasn't even defeated the mid-level boss yet, and he's already dealing with the final boss. At this moment, outside a luxurious 3-story house, the gate was tightly closed, and the curtains were drawn, as if someone inside was deliberately trying to avoid being seen. Suddenly, a pot of boiling water was poured out. A girl with wet hair was being held by a tattooed man with blonde hair who looked like a gangster. The man was pouring boiling water onto a man tied to a chair who screamed in pain. The girl was trembling with fear. The tattooed man threw the kettle to the floor after it was empty. He pressed the lit cigarette butt against the girl's face and said angrily, "I gave those homeless people enough to eat, and now you guys are sleeping soundly, aren't you? Is this how you show your gratitude?" The girl could only shiver with fear and love. He moved the cigarette closer to the girl's eyes, threatening her. "What should I do? Should I gouge out your eyes?" The girl's face was pale, and she stared at the cigarette with wide eyes. Suddenly, a phone rang from the tattooed man's pocket. He answered it irritably. "Who is it?" The girl quickly sat down on the floor and let out a sigh of relief as the man's hand was busy holding the phone. The sound of hello broke the tense atmosphere in the house. It turned out that there were more than 3 people in the house, and there were people working in all the rooms. "What's going on?" the tattooed man asked, surprised. "You're talking about Jang Beo opening sumo school?" He sounded incredulous. Currently, he's still a student at Yugi Ion High School, Class 2. Dong-gu's voice was mysterious as he introduced the 12 national leaders. The man is welcomed everywhere in the country. He's one of the 12 national leaders, the most influential gang leaders in the country. Do-yoon, who was being punished to clean the bathroom, listened to Dong-gu's introduction and couldn't help but comment, "They're just harmless, so why explain it so seriously?" The teacher, after witnessing Do-yoon punch Jang Bel unconscious, was furious and punished him to clean the second-floor bathroom for a week. Do-yoon was currently seething as he cleaned. Dong-gu sighed in exasperation Good grief, you can't just ignore something like this. Do you know what's going on? You've actually messed with the 12 Yugi Ions across the country. If it were just their subordinates, it wouldn't be a big deal. But Yugi Ion himself is a whole different story, and that's not something we planned for. Donggu kept following behind Do-yoon and nagging. Yugi Ion are ruthless people. They always pay back when they see blood. When Do-yoon was cleaning up, he casually replied, "You haven't cut off anyone's limbs, so what do you know about being ruthless?" Donggu shouted back, "Have you ever cut off anyone's limbs? You're still scrubbing the toilet, so you have no right to say that. They're the type of people who provoke first. Maybe it's because of that gang," Do-yoon said. "I won't do it anymore." "Don't look for me again," Do-yoon said. Why is Donggu so panicked? I'd rather work than... When Do-yoon says Donggu, he's currently in a state of panic. If Do-yoon doesn't work anymore, his life will definitely go back to how it was before. The money I pay is higher, and he'll also get a pension. Do-yoon glanced at Donggu and said, "Scram." Donggu was stunned. After school, Donggu wandered alone at the school gate. He couldn't help but think about Do-yoon's words. Suddenly, a guy with a mushroom haircut appeared and slapped him on the head. "You bastard, you didn't even greet me?" Donggu looked at him with pain and annoyance, staring intently. Kia saw this and got angry, his face turning red as he said, "Is this guy crazy? Look at his face. He wants to die, doesn't he?" Donggu looked at him with pain and annoyance, staring intently. Kia saw this and got angry, his face turning red as he said, "Is this guy crazy? Look at his face. He wants to die, doesn't he?" "I'm just joking, we're friends. Why are you being like that?" Then Donggu continued walking alone. "You thought, anyway, the past few days have been comfortable, chatting with glasses. Should we skip lunch and go have fun?" Donggu was excited. "That's a great idea." You continued thinking. During that time, you wouldn't have to be afraid of others. It had been a while since we were able to go out and have fun freely, rub shoulders. It would be fragrant, right? Switching to new materials, you muttered to yourself. When I wore sports clothes, my seat wasn't like before. There were no nails on the chair. And most importantly, I wasn't beaten anymore. You sighed, your feet taking heavy steps. It was time to go back. One of Jang Bell's followers appeared out of nowhere, putting his arm around your shoulder. "Oh, that's right. It's him. Ha 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 ha. You are the friend of that guy I saw at the front gate." Donggu turned back, looking at him with fearful eyes. Donggu turned back, looking at him with fearful eyes. The scene changed to a parking garage in a strange apartment complex. There was a car in front, blocking the view. Jang Beom spoke up. "Where is that guy now?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He kicked him. Donggu was kneeling on the ground, trembling. "We really don't know where he is." He kicked Donggu straight in the face, making him bleed from the mouth and fall back. The glasses also fell to the ground. He stepped forward, his voice stern. "If you don't know, then call him, you idiot." Donggu held his nose, which was bleeding non-stop, his whole body shaking with fear. He quickly took out his phone to call, as they had instructed. Beep, beep, beep. Donggu didn't call Do-yoon, but instead dialed the police number, 112. Just as he was about to press the call button, the guy with the cam head appeared from behind. "What are you doing?" Donggu jumped, shaking even more. The back door of the apartment complex was closed, silent. From the entrance, the sound of beating could be heard clearly. The group of followers rushed in, stepping on and kicking Donggu non-stop. He could only curl up, his hands protecting his head. They cursed. "You think the police will save you? You bastard." Donggu suffered, in pain and helpless, lying there, taking the beating. They continued cursing. "You've called the police before, haven't you? Even if the police come, it won't make a difference, you idiot." At this moment, at the Burger King where Do-yoon went for an interview, the boss's voice rang out. "So you have no work experience?" He sat across from Do-yoon, his hand supporting his chin, asking questions. "What are your strengths? Close combat skills? You like modifying weapons?" The boss seemed to think that Do-yoon was crazy for answering the interview questions that way. Do-yoon added, "I also know how to throw darts." The boss didn't understand. "What do you mean by throwing commendations?" No, I mean darts, Do-yoon explained, and the boss thought to himself that Do-yoon was no longer sane. He looked normal, but was a bit off. The boss sighed and politely declined. That's a very impressive resume, but as you can see, we're a restaurant, and we don't have any jobs that require throwing darts. What can we do? Suddenly, the doorbell above the entrance to the restaurant rang, signaling the arrival of customers. Two burly men, fat but muscular, walked in and immediately called out, "Oh, my stomach!" The boss stood up. "Those bastards are here again." Then he turned to Do-yoon and said, "Anyway, it seems we're not a good match. Please come back and have a hamburger sometime." The fat man in black held up his phone, showing a picture of a burger he had eaten. "Every time I eat a hamburger here, my stomach hurts terribly. Look at this, see? What's that black thing in the salad? Is it a sticker?" A customer at the next table also looked at their burger, stuttering, It's here too." Luckily, another customer explained that it was an olive. In front of them, saying, "Ah, why did you come again? He is really rude. What does it mean? Damn it," the restaurant owner came to see. His hand. "But he spoke rudely. Every time I eat hamburger here, my stomach hurts terribly. My skin becomes less firm. I thought you were on a diet." The boss calmed him down. "I understand. Let's talk about it outside." Then he turned to the cashier. "Sol-ji, please take 300,000 won from the register." Sol-ji responded, and the boss turned to the fat man, grabbing his arm and pulling him away. "Come here, have a drink of water," he said. "Don't pull me, this is violence. You're touching a minor, are you responsible? Call the police, go ahead." At this moment, Do-yoon also stood up and left the restaurant. As he passed by the fat man, their shoulders touched, and the man looked at him with an unhappy expression. Do-yoon wasn't backing down. "What's your problem?" he said, looking at the man. The cam-headed guy held Dong-gus phone, examining it. "These guys aren't his real friends, really don't have his number?" Jang Beom was writhing in agony, furious. "Damn it, I could die from anger. Those bastards are guarding the main gate, so how did he get out?" Rong-gu was lying on the floor, writhing in pain, when Jang Bel approached and kicked him. "You itchy dead bastard! Let's go, guys! Damn it, let's go!" They left, abandoning Rong-gu, who was of no value to them. As they departed, Do-yoon's glasses fell to the floor and shattered. On the other side, Im Trong-trang was walking down the street, talking to his underlings about the protection money collection. "Have you guys finished the training?" The fat guy accompanying him, a fifth grader from Kao Trung, Yugi-eon, spoke up. "Today, we're increasing the protection money by 50%. One of them spoke up. "Then we should give more food to the kids." Dong-chan nodded in satisfaction. "Good." Outside the Burger King, Kim Dong-chan was instructing his underlings. "By the way, go check the scene and come back." Then he bumped into Do-yoon, who was also stepping out after the interview. Both of them came face to face, but didn't know each other. They slowly passed by each other. As they entered the lobby inside the store, they were taken aback by the sight of two fat guys lying unconscious on the floor. The guy in the suit didn't say a word, but his expression looked extremely gloomy. He looked at the two fat underlings and thought to himself, "Who dares to?" The customers in the store were also shocked, unsure of what had just happened. The store owner and Sol-ji were stunned, mouths agape, as if they had just thrown French fries like darts. Dong-chan was assessing the situation. "It looks like it wasn't done by our guys." He remembered something. He stared intently, contemplating the scene when he caught sight of Do-yoon passing by, noticing some red stains on his school uniform. He seemed to realize something, and quickly ordered his underlings to detain the boy wearing the Sumun school uniform who had just left. When Hyo Chang didn't understand, he was immediately scolded. At this moment, he was extremely furious. As for Do-yoon, he was walking back alone, sipping on a Coca-Cola, and thinking that his living expenses for this month were almost gone. Even if he managed to find a part-time job at the inn right now, the salary wouldn't be paid until next month. To get money immediately, the only option was... Suddenly Do-yoon stopped when he saw something. Dong-gu, who was wandering home, had also seen Do-yoon. Do-yoon stared at Dong-gu's battered appearance. Do-yoon spoke up first. I had a job interview today. I came here hoping. Luckily, you're safe. Dong-gu sighed in relief, smiling. However, Do-yun looked serious, asking, Who beat you up again? Do-yun turned around, confidently introducing himself. I'm Cho Hyo-trang from Ingo. He snapped his fingers, calling out to Dong-gu like a pet. Using his middle finger, he beckoned Dong-gu. When Dong-gu didn't respond, he shouted, Come here, you bastard! Didn't you hear me? Do-yun thought to himself, It's Yugi Hyung again. He turned to Dong-gu, negotiating. Still 50,000 won, right? Dong-gu, initially stunned, smiled in satisfaction. No pension, though. Hyo-chang grew impatient, ignoring their conversation. This damn little fish isn't listening. Should I beat him up to make him listen? He got angry, cursing. You need a beating to listen, huh? He prepared to punch Do-yun, but before he could, Do-yun threw his unfinished coke at Hyo-chang's face. Do-yun quickly grabbed Hyo-chang's arm and slammed him to the ground. Hyo-chang hadn't understood what was happening when he was already knocked down, his whole body crashing to the ground in pain. Do-yun raised his fist to hit him again. His eyes were blank, staring at Do-yun's hand. The ground was shaking, causing the surrounding area to tremble. A stream of fresh blood spurted out. The fat guy groaned in pain. The hand that had just snapped was now limp on the ground. Hyo-chang's underlings stood by, watching silently, not daring to intervene. They were afraid of being treated like their boss, so they kept a safe distance, their eyes filled with fear. Do-yun took a deep breath after exerting too much energy. He turned around, looking at the two underlings. They felt a chill run down their spines. Do-yun smoothed his hair, asking Dong-gu, So is there a reward for this achievement? His expression turned serious. After resolving the issue with Cho Hyo-chang and his gang, Do-yun and Jong-gu made plans to meet for a noodle meal to recharge. When the spaghetti arrived, Jong-gu exclaimed in delight as the aromatic Italian noodles blended with rich egg yolks created a legendary masterpiece. The spicy charpong liver and dao at iti noodles were a match made in heaven. He couldn't stop raving about the culinary delight. In terms of economic efficiency, no ordinary restaurant dish could compare to this flavor. Do-yun suggested adding pork stir-fry to make it taste better. Dong-gu disagreed, saying it wouldn't match. Dong-gu eventually agreed with Do-yun's opinion. Do-yun reminded him, Don't forget your promise about the reward money. Was eating noodles when he heard that. Dong-gu also felt that it wasn't delicious anymore, and said, What? He didn't pay much attention to the surprised attitude of Do-yun, casually saying, How much will you pay me? I need to think about it a bit, Dong-gu said, pretending to be thoughtful, looking up at Do-yun. Remembering Dong-gu's wealthy appearance, Do-yun came up with an unthinkable price for a high school student, 5,000 won. When Dong-gu heard the shocking words, he choked on his food. Do-yun calmly continued, But there's one condition. Within a week, destroy Yugi Ion. Dong-gu, who was eating noodles, suddenly stopped and was taken aback. His expression changed 180 degrees as he burst into laughter. Ha ha! Oh, my stomach hurts from laughing. It's so ridiculous, I can't believe it, Do-yun said, looking puzzled, not understanding why Dong-gu was laughing so much. Dong-gu couldn't help but continue laughing, saying, Oh, I'm dying from laughter. Why do you need so much money? Tell me, why? Do-yun repeated what he had said before. I've already told you, my father has blocked all my accounts. Dong-gu said, taking a sip of water. It's that story again, isn't it? Do you think the Korean financial system is that loose? Do-yun wondered, and then asked, And how do you live like that? A rich kid like you lacks nothing, yet you're always getting beaten up like this? I've looked into your family. They're not ordinary. Why don't you transfer to a private school where there aren't bullies? Don't your parents say anything when they see your injuries? Dong-gu fell into thought, considering Do-yun's words, and then hesitantly replied that both his parents were currently not in Korea. Do-yun was taken aback. Suddenly, Do-yun stood up, bowed, and pushed his chair back, saying, Anyway, don't get beaten up and ridiculed like a fool anymore. That's why they see you as a fool. Here, he said, opening his bag of food, examining it, and expressing gratitude. Anyway, I ate well. Doyun stood up, saying, I'm going. Donggu was surprised. Are you leaving? But then he also bid farewell, saying, See you tomorrow. Get home safely, Doyun. As Doyun turned to leave, he looked back. Not far away, Mina was standing, applying lipstick, when she saw Doyun walking towards her from the direction of the eatery. Both were surprised, exclaiming, Oh, it was a chance encounter. Jason, who was walking with Doyun, also saw Mina and expressed annoyance, thinking she was following him again. Back at the scene, Hyo Chang's gang was still lying motionless on the road, like corpses. Their bodies were covered in injuries, and their noses were bleeding. The leader, who had been calm until now, had arrived and was standing there, his hands clenched into fists. He was clearly furious. He quickly ordered his underlings to contact Sumun School immediately. Kang Yu Zhongchan was furious, shouting at the top of his lungs. On the other side, Kang Yu, who was in the bathroom, received a message on his phone and was shocked, exclaiming, Oh, why are you bothering me like this? In front of them was one of the 3 most notorious high schools in Seoul for gang activities. Yugi Ion High School, which controlled the southwest area of Seoul. This school was filled with students who had no other choice but to attend due to their circumstances. Most of the students had a history of juvenile delinquency or were problematic individuals who couldn't attend regular schools. It was the worst kind of school, with rampant lawlessness. Students openly smoked and caused trouble in front of teachers without any fear of repercussions. When caught, teachers would just scold them half-heartedly. There was even a designated smoking room for students. Even the teachers at Yugi Ion were not normal. They accepted bribes from students and turned a blind eye to illegal activities. There were even rumors that the principal of Yugi Yong had a gangster past. But the biggest problem at Yugi Yong was the 12 Tuan Quok and its leader, who had been mentioned by Donggu before, the upperclassman known as Im Trong Trang. He was the one who had unified the scattered factions within Yugi Ion through sheer force. Now, through Yugi Ion, he was making money by any means necessary, starting from stealing motorcycles, forging documents, insurance fraud, to making 150,000 won per hour through sexual crimes involving minors, extortion and threatening restaurants. Under his command, he had hundreds of underlings. He would use any means necessary to generate profits. It was said that he was ruthless to the point of having killed people. Now, do you understand? Do you understand now? Donggu concluded his grand introduction to the notorious history of Yugi Ion High School, repeatedly asking Doyun if he was aware of what they were getting themselves into. Doyun didn't seem to have listened carefully until now, as he was too focused on the new mask that Donggu was wearing today, asking where he got such strange masks. Donggu, feeling embarrassed, asked back, "And what about that gun of yours?" Doyun replied, "It's just a rubber bullet gun. The body is the real asset. The less it's used, the better." He reminded Donggu to keep his promise about the 5,000 won reward for the achievement. Donggu, seeing that Doyun was only focused on the reward, worried and scolded him. "Oh, don't say such meaningless things." "Please, can we just go back?" Doyun asked. "Do you know what Yugi Ion is like? I just explained it to you. There are so many reports that the police in this area just laugh at them." Yoon said this and then responded, "The better, the better." Donggu didn't understand and asked again, "What do you mean by the better?" Just as they were about to go around and look for the guys from Yugi Ion, Doyun suddenly stopped. He asked, "Hey, you two guys smoking over there? Are you PJ Cheon?" Donggu heard this and quickly scolded him. "What are you asking?" The orange-haired guy among them spoke up first. "This idiot, who is he?" He continued, "Isn't that the uniform of Sumun High School? Is this guy crazy or something?" The air was quiet for a moment before a loud thud was heard. A rubber bullet rolled on the ground. It was clear that Doyun had fired it. The orange-haired guy, not understanding what was happening, yelped in pain after being hit. Do-yoon hit him again, this time in the head, and the guy fell backward. The other guy, seeing this, felt a surge of anger. He trembled as he looked at Do-yoon, trying to act tough. "What are you doing?" Without saying another word, he rushed towards Do-yoon, fist raised. "You crazy bastard, who are you?" Do-yoon kicked him straight in the neck, making him stumble. And to make matters worse, he hit him with another rubber bullet, this time in the head. Do-yoon's eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity as he ordered, "Call PJ Cheon here now." At this moment, the guy in Bell was drinking milk while rubbing the back of his neck. He cursed under his breath, still feeling a numbness in his head from the previous incident. He thought to himself, if today wasn't the day for collecting money, I would chase after him right now. A male student walked up to Jiang Bell's collection table and obediently handed over the money with both hands. The second class had already paid 300,000 pounds won. A line of male students was waiting their turn to pay Jiang Bell. But what was this noise? This annoying rumble? What was it? One of Jiang Bell's underlings burst in, panicked, and reported, "Jiang Bell, there's trouble." Jiang Bell didn't even bother to look up. "What's going on? Is the leader here or something?" Kia stuttered. No, it's not like that. Yesterday that bastard from Sumun." Jiang Bell was startled. "What the heck are you trying to pull this time, you damn thing?" Suddenly, his eyes showed a flash of pain as he pretended to be off guard, allowing Do-yoon to let his guard down before kneeing him hard in the stomach. That line again, just pretending. At the same time, at Yugi Ion High School, a teacher witnessed a horrific scene unfolding before her eyes. A group of male students lay unconscious on the floor, their bodies covered in blood. What was going on? The new teacher at Yugi Ion High School, Ha Dong-do, was shocked because she had never seen such a scene before, and she covered her mouth in surprise, saying, "We really should call the police now." A male teacher next to her intervened. "This is a normal occurrence at this school. Even if we report it, the police won't show up for at least a few tens of minutes." He spoke up to remind her. "Didn't you hear what the principal said? Don't intervene in the students' affairs." Dong-do felt a surge of fear in her heart, thinking that scenes of students fighting were somewhat normal. Students lying helpless in pools of blood were a common sight at Yugi Ion High School. This made her wonder. But even after the PG Cheon incident, she had never seen anything like this before. The school's surveillance cameras suddenly stopped working, and now phones couldn't even get a signal. What was going on at Yugi Ion? Specifically, in the weightlifting room of the gymnasium, the sound of someone breathing heavily in exhaustion. Dong-do recalled that scene, and no matter how many times she saw it, that monstrous strength was still terrifying. An ordinary person couldn't even lift a 200-kilo weight, but he did it effortlessly. The muscular man's laughter echoed, "Ha ha." Before him stood a group of underlings lined up neatly, waiting for his orders. He quickly gulped down a glass of water after a tiring weightlifting session. While holding the glass of water, he asked, "Protein is really essential for weight gain. What's going on?" While holding the glass of water, he asked, "Is there something going on?" "Protein is really crucial for weight gain." He looked puzzled and asked back, "Why?" His underling hesitated. "I heard that there's a spy who infiltrated the school." Park Jinju looked up. He looked at his underlings with surprise. He was currently ranked BA at Yugi Ion High School. Jiang Bell was once a famous boxer, and people around him praised his talent. "Jiang Bell, you have a special talent." The crowd cheered every time he knocked someone down. It was incredible. He single-handedly took down the entire 6th grade team. His fists were considered a gift from the gods, and he was recognized as one of the chosen ones. Leaders from other high schools came to talk to him because they had heard of his reputation. "So you're Lim Jiang Bell. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yu Chan from Sodo High School." That was Jiang Bell's life. He, Jung Byum, refused to be on the same level as others like him. He would pick fights with those considered strong at the time. "Nice to meet you? You think you're talking to who, you dog? Shut your filthy mouth." He didn't hide his anger towards those he considered inferior. He tortured them in various ways. Making them feel like living was worse than dying. For Jung Byum, ruling from the top having the power to control everything, was natural. He mocked and believed it was right to bully others. "You're done for, cannibal! Ha ha!" Back to reality, Do-yoon and Jong Beom were now facing each other. After being punched by Do-yoon, Jong Beom counterattacked, throwing a powerful punch, but Do-yoon dodged it perfectly. Jong Beom continued to launch deadly attacks, but Do-yoon simply dodged each one. Frustrated, Jong Beom threw a hook from below, but Do-yoon was unfazed. What was this guy? Unbelievable. Jong Beom was bleeding, but he didn't care. He took a running start, threw a punch, and wondered why he couldn't touch Do-yoon. Do-yoon had given him a beautiful three-color combo. He joked, "Is the problem really just about reach?" The last hit had made Jong Beom lose his balance, stumbling backward. Do-yoon wiped away the sweat and blood. Do-yoon threw a punch like thunder. He calmed down and thought that he had never felt so helpless before. Suddenly, Jong Beom charged like a madman, his eyes fierce. He took a step back from Do-yoon's position and swung his fist down in a beautiful semicircle. Do-yoon reacted just in time, quickly ducking down to avoid the direct blow. Then, he slowly moved his fist straight into Bell's chin, causing his teeth to clash together, making a dull sound. The force of the punch sent him flying, and he cried out in pain. His sandals were even thrown into the air. Jong Beom was sent flying to the feet of his underlings, where he sat, groaning. Before he could even recover, Do-yoon kicked him, making him jolt. He ducked down, lying flat on the floor. The kick came suddenly, and he didn't have time to dodge, so he took it full on. At this moment, he felt a bad omen. Sweat dripped down. Damn it. What the heck was this guy? Where did he come from? He had never heard of him before. Do-yoon stood there, looking dashing, still unscathed. In contrast, Dong Beo looked like a refugee. He wiped the blood flowing from his nose. And it was just a random, full-force kick. Behind him, Do-yoon gently inquired, "Is your reaction good?" He spun the toilet brush in his hand, and with a calm tone said, "I'm actually thinking of making you disabled." The person was taken aback, unable to say a word. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to retort, Do-yoon took the turn to warn him. "I've told you before, begging won't help." "You've lost from the start," the boy said nonchalantly, teasing him. "Let's start with your legs, okay?" His sharp gaze declared that from now on, he wouldn't be able to walk. Do-yoon's weapon suddenly fell to the ground, and the guy in Beom, he was still sitting on the ground, refusing to stand up. He recalled the image of himself as a child and thought to himself, "What are you talking about? You insignificant bug." Jong Beom gritted his teeth, remembering the days when he trampled others. He threw a punch, but Do-yoon dodged it. "Why can't I tear you apart, Do-yoon? Do you know who I am?" he thought, then rushed towards Do-yoon like an arrow. However, his speed was only enough to scare the weak. It was no match for Do-yeon's skill. Jong Beom cursed in anger. "Are you crazy? You're worthless garbage!" His punch once again grazed past Do-yoon's body, but couldn't hit the target. Jong Beom's eyes widened, and he shouted, "Do you know where you are? How dare you act so recklessly?" Do-yoon sighed. Because of Jong Beom's weak yet stubborn resistance, he decided to take him down. A punch directly hit the opponent's face. Jong Beom cried out in pain as a series of punches targeted his chest and abdomen. Do-yoon put all his strength into his arm and delivered a finishing blow. He punched directly into the center of the guy's chest. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying power of this punch. The underling who had reported earlier could only cover his mouth in shock. Jong Beom was punched, stumbling and rotating before falling to the ground. His underlings stood by, watching their boss get beaten, and could only pray silently. Jong Beom sat on the ground, exhausted, gasping for breath. He lowered his head, coughing violently, then raised his face, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. He looked at Do-yoon as Do-yoon approached him. With a cold smile, he mocked, "Where am I? Isn't this just an ordinary school?" Each of his words fueled the anger within Jongbeom. "Yes." Jongbeom turned around, directing his anger at his underlings. "What are you standing there for, you cowards?" The underling hesitantly spoke up. Yes. Jongbeom became furious, shouting at his underlings to catch Doyun. "Catch that bastard!" As predicted, they had witnessed the whole scene and knew Doyun was dangerous, so they didn't dare to make a move. Frustrated by their inaction, Jongbeom shouted even louder, "What are you waiting for? Catch him immediately, you idiots!" In contrast to the chaos inside, the space outside the schoolyard was calm. At that moment, the leader on the inside was still waiting to talk to someone on the phone. He shouted, "Hey! Hey! Hey! You bunch of useless idiots! Why isn't anyone answering?" Some people around were whispering, "Why are students from Yugi Ion High School in our school?" As Jong-chan walked down the hallway, he caught the suspicious glances from Sumoon students. "Isn't he Im Jong-chan?" Another student chimed in. "Damn, he looks really scary." Suddenly, someone appeared and stopped. "Hey, who are you guys?" It was the discipline teacher from Sumoon, Gwangdu Cheon. He asked why the Yugi Yong students kept sneaking into Sumoon. Then he called out to them, "Come here now, you kids!" The guy inside just nodded slightly and continued walking. Teacher Ducheon saw this and became angry. "How dare you ignore me when I'm talking to you? Come here immediately! You're so disrespectful!" Jong-chan put away his phone, sighed, then turned around and walked quickly towards Teacher Ducheon, who was calling out to him. Without any respect, he put his hands in his pockets. Just as the teacher was about to ask, "What's going on?" Jong-chan pulled out a short knife from his pocket. "Why do you keep sneaking into other schools?" The teacher hadn't finished speaking when Jong-chan stabbed him. In front of many Sumoon students, including Mina and Jason, who were now present in the hallway, they witnessed the whole incident. Jason couldn't help but feel shocked. The guy inside said unpleasantly, "You old fart, you should know who you're dealing with before you act big. Got it?" The surrounding space suddenly turned red with the color of blood, from the stairs to the corner of the hallway. The teacher was in so much pain that he couldn't say a word. He could only groan. The stick in his hand slowly fell to the ground. He fell backward, crying out in pain. The guy inside calmly smoothed his hair with his hand and added, "You're really pathetic. You want to die?" He was even more vicious, spitting on Teacher Ducheon's face. Still not calling for help? The blood from the wound on the teacher's body spread, forming a puddle. "Turn the page and hand over the bloody knife to the younger brother." The younger brother stuttered, "Do as I say, sir." He gave the younger brother a sharp look and said, "You must be the one who punched that bastard. Confiscate all their phones and check them. Then come and confess to the team leader, Park Young-sik, at the police station." Upon hearing this, the younger brother immediately obeyed. "Why, yes, sir," he added. 2.5 years, that's all you're going to lose. Understand?" The younger brother stuttered, Yes, sir." After speaking, he acted nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. He walked away as if nothing had occurred. He returned to Doyun and Jongbeom's side. He was sitting on the ground, struggling to move his legs, which were likely severely injured. Doyun reminded him, "Be sure to do physical therapy properly, or you'll be stuck in a wheelchair for life." Upon hearing this, he just smiled wryly. "Ha ha ha." Doyun looked puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you want to get beaten up like that again? Do you want me to break your arm?" He lifted his bruised face and said, "You don't know what you just did." "Do you know what kind of person our leader is?" Doyun asked curiously. "Is it P.A. Cha-yoon or someone else?" A younger brother standing behind him spoke up. "You really can die because of this. You're sure to die." Doyun remained indifferent. "That's ridiculous. I don't care. So where is P.A. Cha-yoon?" Suddenly a foot kicked Doyun's face from out of nowhere. It was Park Jin-ju from Yugi Ion. He challenged, "You're the bastard who interrupted my training, right?" Donggu was surprised to see Doyun almost get hit. Just as Jinju kicked Doyun's head, Donggu Fortunately, Do-yoon quickly raised his hand to block the attack. Dong-gu was also shocked. "You blocked it?" Do-yoon approached him, enunciating each word. "Are you P.A. Cheon?" Before he finished speaking, Jinju took off his shirt and threw it up in the air. He confidently flexed his muscles, looking pleased with himself. Dong-gu stood aside, thinking to himself that something wasn't right. At that moment, in Busan, it was raining heavily. Inside a large warehouse at Busan Port, numerous young men were hung upside down from the ceiling, their bodies covered in wounds with blood flowing from their feet to their heads. In front of them was Kang Do-chun, the fourth-ranked. Nampo Urim was also hung upside down, unconscious, and being tortured. The water on the floor was stained red with blood. A subordinate whispered into KIA's ear, who was listening to a phone call. He frowned and said, "What did you say his name was?" "Kim Do-yoon," the voice on the other end replied. The voice echoed throughout the warehouse, where a group of subordinates stood waiting in line. It was mentioned that BTS Jimin was one of the top 12 nationwide, known for his strength, intelligence, and numerous followers. Do-yoon was fighting against Jinju from Yugi Ion. He quickly pulled out a glass cleaner and sprayed it directly into Jinju's face. "My eyes are burning." "Yeah. What's going on, this crazy dog?" Do-yoon quickly dodged Jinju's attack and grabbed a nearby glass cloth to use as a weapon. He stretched it to its limit and whipped it straight at Jinju's face. Jinju, enraged, cursed "damn it" as he was hit. Besides the glass cleaner, there was also a broom used to hit Jung Beom's leg. Upon seeing these tools, Jinju thought, "What the heck is this, a cleaning kit?" He was being completely dominated by Do-yoon. "You're fighting dirty, you coward!" Jinju jumped up and punched Do-yoon with a powerful fist. However, Do-yoon easily dodged by leaning back. Jinju's punch hit the wall, creating a large dent and smoke, showcasing his incredible strength. Jinju continued to attack, lifting his leg to kick Do-yoon's lower body. Thanks to his quick reflexes, Do-yoon dodged by leaning back. Just one hit, Jinju thought, as he gathered all his strength to deliver a crushing punch. The cloth had wrapped around Jinju's arm as he was about to punch. Do-yoon was holding one end of the cloth, while the other end was wrapped around Jinju's arm. As he pulled the towel strongly towards himself, Jinju was pulled along with it. When he felt the distance between them was shortened, Do-yoon quickly jumped up and thrust his knee straight into Jinju's face. "You're going down," he thought bitterly. "You damned mosquito, I swear I'll crush you." While dodging, Do-yoon quickly bent down to pick up the glass spray bottle. As Do-yoon looked up at him, Jinju also lowered his head, looking at him in confusion. This battle was infuriating him. This time, Jinju used both hands to throw 2 punches from different angles. Do-yoon dodged, causing Jinju to lose his balance as his hands crossed over each other. Do-yoon just whispered fire and then quickly pressed the spray nozzle, spraying glass cleaner straight into his face again. Jinju hastily raised his hand to wipe away the cleaner, his mouth wide open as he shouted, "Ooh-ah! It got in my nose!" Before he could even regain his composure, Do-yoon launched a thunderous punch at him. Thanks to his daily training, he quickly regained his footing, though it was a bit of a struggle. Still, he couldn't shake off the bitter thoughts in his mind. "If there's a cowardly god, it's you. You can't forgive him," he thought, recalling the crude act of blowing his nose. "Do you know how much protein I've consumed over the past time?" Jinju's eyes widened in rage as he shouted at Do-yoon, "You think I'll fall for such a cheap trick?" Do-yoon tossed his uniform jacket into the air. With a swift kick, Jinju's face snapped back. "You think I'm easy to fool?" It turned out that Do-yoon had thrown his jacket into the air to block Jinju's view, and then seized the opportunity to kick him straight in the face. Jinju stumbled backward, spinning around a few times before falling to the ground. His underlings stood frozen, watching in a daze. After being kicked and rolling around a few times, he finally managed to sit up, his back against the foot of the stairs. One side of his face was red from the kick. He winced in pain, groaning, oh God, it hurts so much," but still muttered curses under his breath. Do-yoon swiftly closed in and delivered a knee strike straight to his nose. His face contorted, and he crashed into the wall behind him. The kick was so powerful that it shook everything around them, including the hallway. One of his underlings was so frightened that he sat down on the floor. Blood began to spread across the floor. The kick was so powerful that it shook everything around them, including the hallway. One of his underlings was so frightened that he sat down on the floor. Blood began to spread across the floor. After picking up his jacket, he smoothed out his hair with his hand and casually remarked, "Scene 1, complete." Doyun, still thinking that Jinju was the leader, proudly declared, "We've caught Pha Yun." The underling, now terrified, listened to Doyun's claim. Jinju couldn't even lift a finger. This was the first time such a thing had happened since he'd known Jinju. "Who is that bastard?" Iyun approached Yonggu and handed him 5,000 won, saying, "Here's the money. Don't transfer it." Donggu hastily explained, "I told you it's not Pha-on," as he picked up the gun. Doyun questioned him again. "You said you're Pha-un, so why are you making a fuss?" Both of them paused for a moment. Donggu tried to explain to Doyun, "I've told you, it's not him." But Doyun remained stubborn, ignoring Donggu's attempts to reason with him. The underling was utterly panicked upon hearing their conversation. Outside the schoolyard, the sky was still a vibrant blue, with sunlight casting down on the flower beds. As the day gradually gave way to night, raindrops began to fall, replacing the beautiful daytime scenery with a gloomy, mysterious night scene. Zhang Chan, who had returned from Sumun High School, witnessed the chaos that Doyun had left behind at Yugi Ion. He was furious, cursing under his breath. The next day, Saturday, the sound of Nico Nico Ni, a favorite anime theme song, came from the TV. Donggu turned around and asked, "Has teacher Dusheon been hospitalized?" Upon hearing Donggu's question, Glasses began to recount the entire incident, suggesting it might have been caused by the guys from Yugi Ion. He suddenly appeared and started causing a ruckus, saying he was looking for Doyun. Upon hearing the name, Donggu's expression changed to one of alarm. Pha-un? Is he one of Pha-yun's henchmen? Beside Doyun, who was eating, the conversation interrupted his meal. He chimed in to reassure them. "Since we've caught Pha-yun, he won't show up again. Once the leader is taken care of, everything will be over." Donggu seemed helpless against Doyun's naivety. "I've told you that's not Pha-un." More importantly, it was the weekend. "So where did he get that meal from?" Doyun replied nonchalantly. "I found it in the staff cafeteria." "Why are you eating that?" "It was the meal reserved for the teacher on duty over the weekend." No matter what Donggu said, Doyun didn't care. "Once food is in front of me, I won't spit it out. Just stop making a fuss." Donggu was at a loss for words. "Never mind. More importantly, I think all this trouble is our fault, because we've been disturbing Yugi Ion. I knew it. Messing with Yugi Ion was a mistake." Glasses asked, "You guys messed with Yugi Ion?" seemingly disbelieving. "We should go visit the patient. We have some responsibility in this." Donggu nudged Doyun. "You're coming, right?" Doyun, still eating, simply replied, "No. You just said it might be our fault." "And now you're backing out?" Donggu pleaded. "Come on, you have to come with me. It's not safe to wander around alone these days." Mina suddenly appeared, dressed to impress, striking a pose as she said with a laugh, "Ah ha ha, I guess I should come along too." Why did Mina suddenly appear out of nowhere? Donggu saw Mina here and asked again, "Why are you in the bookworm group? Or rather, in the anime club?" The meaning from top to bottom, Donggu judged the clothes. Clearly it was a film club. The school clubs required uniforms. Mina didn't care. Donggu just spoke up to greet Doyun. "Hey, you're the new transfer student." Donggu seemed displeased. It was as if his words were ignored. Because he knew Doyun joined the anime club, Mina quickly took action. She switched to the film club with a female student from her class to join the anime club. It wasn't that she liked it. She just wanted to be near Doyun. She switched immediately. Of course, it's the anime club. What else could it be? I said, looking at my face. What's wrong with you? Suddenly acting like this, Mina said to Donggu, but she didn't forget to show her affection for Doyun. Oh my, I suddenly felt like watching anime, so I joined the anime club. Isn't this fate? Suddenly, a gun muzzle pointed at Mina's head. Doyun didn't say much. All right, I'll make it fate. Mina was still stubborn and infatuated. It was love at gunpoint. My classmate Chung at the club saw Doyun holding a gun and got so excited, "Wow, is that a G26? This is crazy! Doyun, can I touch it once?" Doyun didn't miss the opportunity to make some money, 2,001 for a single touch. After that declaration, everyone happily lined up, causing a commotion. What's going on? Stop touching it. Just stand in line to touch the gun? Xiaomi, why are you lining up too? Donggu stood beside him, not forgetting to exclaim, "What's wrong with this situation?" Outside the school, the rain was pouring down non-stop. The pond next to the warehouse was about to overflow due to the heavy rain. At this moment, a woman's voice was heard. Luckily, the wound isn't too deep, so it's not life-threatening. However, the principal said it would be best for him to rest for a while. Teacher Deshaun, who was lying on the hospital bed, also spoke up. Rest? The kids are about to have their midterm exams. This isn't a big deal. Tell them I'll be back next week. With a wound like that, he still wanted to come to school to teach because of the upcoming exams. His wife was also helpless, sighing again. There he goes again. He never gives up that habit. He still thinks he's at his peak. That damn pride of his is abnormal. At this moment, Jonggu and Mina were carrying bags to the hospital to visit teacher Ducheon. Mina didn't see Doyun with them and asked, "Where's the transfer student?" Donggu just replied, "I don't know." He recalled the scene at that time. He had told Doyun to come along, but Doyun replied, "I don't want to stay because teacher made me clean up. I'm not going." After saying that, Doyun jumped down from the 3rd floor and disappeared. Donggu was shocked. "This is the 3rd floor, you idiot!" Mina was unhappy with Donggu's response and got annoyed. "You don't understand anything, bookworm. Damn Donggu." I asked where the transfer student was. Visiting him without him wouldn't mean anything. Donggu turned to him, angry. "What do you mean by visiting?" "Forget it. If you don't want to come, then go back." Mina was also furious. "We came all the way here and you tell me to go back? Damn it, so disappointing." At this moment, Doyun just arrived and heard their conversation. Just as teacher was about to open the hospital room door, Donggu suddenly stopped when he heard the conversation. Teacher's wife asked, "Do you know how many years we've been married?" After a long silence, teacher Ducheon replied, 25 years. Teacher's wife stepped forward, putting her hand on his, revealing their wedding rings. Teacher's wife said some puzzling words. "Do you really think I don't know anything? Why do you keep everything inside? It'll consume you from the inside out." On the other side, Do-yoon had also arrived at the hospital, carrying gifts in his hand. His eyes were thoughtful as he recalled something. The teacher's voice was heard. "Starting from today, you'll clean the 2nd floor boys' bathroom for 2 weeks. Got it? What are you looking at? Get to work!" Do-yoon was scolded by the teacher. He obediently stood there, listening to the instructions. Suddenly, the teacher pointed to the opposite side and said, "Wait, you live with your mother and younger sister, right?" Hearing that, Do-yoon stopped and turned around. "Yes. So you're the pillar of your family, right? Even if you're not good at studying, at least don't cause trouble." The teacher reminded him earnestly. Then he tore off a piece of paper in front of him and said, "What are you waiting for? Take this, it was his phone number. Call me anytime you need someone older around." The teacher adjusted his clothes and reminded him, "Stand up straight, young man. Look, I was also rebellious at your age, but don't do shameful things. A man's pride is everything. Understand?" Do-yoon dragged his feet to the teacher's hospital room, still thinking about those moments. The teacher's words still echoed in his mind. "It's all because of us." He suddenly sighed. The two of them stood there. then left the drinks and walked away. A few meters away from the hospital room, he froze when he saw Mina and Dong-gu standing outside the door. Lying on the hospital bed, Teacher Dushin burst into tears because of his wife's words, feeling helpless and scolded. Damn it, it's so humiliating. Outside, the rain continued to fall heavily, as if it understood the heavy mood in everyone's hearts. Teacher Dushan continued to speak. A teacher who isn't even the discipline master. But instead of protecting the students, he got humiliated in front of them. Recalling that moment, the man's arrogant appearance flashed through his mind, and he scolded Teacher Dushan, saying, "You old weakling, do you want to die?" Teacher Dushan cried bitterly on the hospital bed. Dong-gu stood outside, listening quietly. How can I face the kids after this? Mina wasn't an exception either. She wasn't her usual self, smiling and joking, but was instead serious and thoughtful. Teacher Dushan continued, I'm really ashamed, being humiliated by someone who could be my child. How can I look into the kids' eyes? Dong-gu hastily leaned his umbrella against the wall, and the rainwater flowed down due to gravity. All three of them stood silently in front of the hospital room door, lost in thought. I'm not worthy of being a teacher. Do-yun was also lost in thought, sympathizing with what Teacher Dushan was going through. Teacher Dushan sobbed, feeling ashamed without any reason. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa. A person was beaten black and blue, with blood flowing profusely. The name P.A. Cheon was called out. Is it just one person who ruined the whole school? Dong-chan knelt before him, speaking humbly. Even with 10 mouths, I wouldn't know how to justify it. He crawled beside P.A. Cheon, his eyes wild and his body shaking. Please forgive me, leader. I made an unforgivable mistake. Dong-chan pleaded. If you give me another chance, I'll do anything to catch that bastard, I swear. P.A. Cheon sat there, cold and unyielding. No, you've understood wrong. He spoke with a tone of reproach. If you really wanted to make it up, you would have brought it to me by now. Then he spoke ruthlessly. Now it's time for you to take responsibility. You will take responsibility, won't you? Yes. Dong-chan seemed to have lost all sense of reason. His usual arrogant demeanor was gone. Yes, I'll accept any punishment. I swear I'll take full responsibility. A pair of scissors was brought before him. P.A. Cheon spoke with satisfaction. Good. 10 million won in a week, and leave your left hand behind. Dong-chan numbly accepted. I'll follow the leader's orders. P.A. Cheon continued. And one more thing. You said his name is Kim Do-yun, right? You have 3 days to bring him to me. Each word was as sharp as a blood order that had to be obeyed. At this moment, at the Game World Center, Do-yun spoke up. I told you not to laugh while fighting, didn't I? Do-yun didn't understand and asked back, You mean me? Don't you remember? At the convenience store, Mina followed the two of you to this game center. She was standing at a distance, watching Do-yun, and couldn't hide her excitement. I got beaten not because I'm trash. Recalling when he got beaten up for telling the teacher about the bad things they did. What did you get for reporting the teacher, you idiot? Another time, he found out Dong-gu came from a rich family and constantly demanded money from him. Dong-gu, what's going on? Adding another 30,000 won? Not bad, you've got taste. Dong-gu timidly said, Thank you. Recalling that moment, he bitterly thought, not only got beaten, but also became trash. That's right, perfect. Headshot. Do-yun responded casually. You should say things that fit the situation. We can talk after playing. Mina stood there, chiming in and even giving a dislike gesture. Right, we're on a date, but you just disappeared. You should disappear too. Do-yun didn't mince words. Dong-gu felt uncomfortable, but couldn't say anything else. Recalling the moment at the hospital when Teacher Dushan blamed himself, I don't have the face to see the kids anymore. He got angry. Seeing the two of them playing games indifferently, Do-yun, who was focused on the game, didn't pay attention and asked, What's wrong? Mina was excited, cheering and chanting enthusiastically. Oh, that's cruel. Shoot again. Headshot, shoot! Dong-gu recalled the time he begged Do-yun for help. speaking with all his heart. But Do-yoon refused to help, his eyes seemingly understanding how things worked at Do-yeon. Mina's voice cut through his thoughts. Look at the blood. It's terrible. Shoot the temple, yes. Dong-gu sighed in resignation and said, It's pointless to talk to you. He packed the food box again and said, I guess you're asking for more money. Then turned around and left, not forgetting to take the food box. I'm going. Do-yoon called out, Hey, Dong-gu! Dong-gu thought it might have an effect, but to his surprise, Do-yoon was concerned about the food box he took, which was his. Hey! Dong-gu felt embarrassed and shouted angrily, This is mine! I paid for it! The rain was still pouring down, under a high-rise apartment building, which looked like a wealthy neighborhood. Someone said Kim Do-yoon or something. I don't know his address. Is he the one who got an apartment here? Yes. Kang Yu responded, Yes. The person holding the umbrella asked again, Which floor? The other stuttered, It's, He approached and asked again, Are you crazy? If he doesn't know that much, what's the point of even trying? Kang Yu was trying to call someone, but no one answered. Yes, I'm still trying to call, but no one is picking up. I really don't know the room number. Kang Yu was furious, but he could only curse silently in his mind. Damn it, not knowing the address is a normal thing, why does this Kang Yu guy always have to suffer? Why should I be involved in this? Suddenly, Hyo Chang rushed over and punched Kang Yu in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. Before he could understand what was happening, he was knocked flying a meter away. Hyo Chang shouted loudly. The shout was so loud that it was heard even at the bicycle parking area. You idiot! He walked over, raised his foot, and was about to kick Kang Yu, cursing, Don't just hold the phone when the other person isn't answering. Call his friend over here quickly. He kicked Kang Yu repeatedly. Under the witness of many passers-by, Hyo Chang kicked Kang Yu mercilessly. Kang Yu could only lie on the ground, covering his head with his hands and enduring the pain. Because he knew that Hyo Chang was much stronger than him, even if he resisted, it wouldn't make a difference. He thought bitterly, what did I do wrong? Why do I always have to suffer? Passers-by looked on in confusion at the young man being beaten. Not far away, a guy with a bandaged ear was also wandering around. One of Hyo Chang's underlings shouted, Hey, what are you looking at? Move along! The passers-by were frightened and quickly dispersed, saying, Oh my God, it's terrible, let's go! Hyo Chang was still tormenting Kang Yu. He grabbed Kang Uh's head and pulled his face up. Squatting down, he whispered menacingly, I'm giving you 1 minute to catch that guy. If you can't, you'll die. Got it? Kang Yu, unable to resist, could only groan weakly. Why should I die for him? His eyes welled up with tears of resentment and frustration. Why are there such unreasonable things? Please don't just stand there! One of Hyo Chang's underlings shouted, trying to scare away the onlookers. Move along! Move along! Someone in the crowd cried out weakly. Someone, please help me! Call the police! From the other side of the street. Dong-gu was wandering back from the game area when he saw the scene. He looked confused, realized something was off, and quickly turned around to leave. Unfortunately, Kang Yu had already seen him, groaning and calling out Dong-gu's name weakly. Hyo Chang shouted excitedly, there he is, pointing at Dong-gu. That's the friend of Kim Do-yoon. Behind a nearby apartment complex, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Dong-gu was cornered by Hyo Chang's gang. Judging by his condition, he had probably been beaten up before being brought here. His glasses lay broken on the ground. Blood started flowing from Dong-gu's nose as he whimpered weakly. Hyo Chang turned to Jong Chan and said, This guy still won't cooperate even in the end. If we keep beating him, he'll pass out. What should we do? He sighed. Why are there such useless guys? He quickly folded his jacket. Dong-gu, don't you know who we are? Jong Chan sat down next to Dong-gu, his voice menacing. You're not aware of our reputation? He was still holding a knife, the same one used to stab teacher Dushion. Haven't you heard the rumors about us at school? We've even beaten up teachers before. Dong-gu was terrified upon hearing this. Donggu recalled the scene at the hospital where teacher Duxian had cried out of shame. Zhongchan continued, "As long as we can lure Kim Doyun or whoever it is out, it'll be over. Anyway, you'll call him out, won't you?" He glared at Donggu. "Look at your situation. What can you do?" Donggu remembered the times his father scolded him, calling him useless and saying he was just like his mother. The memory stung. Zhongchan interrupted his thoughts. "You can't do anything, you idiot. Just lure that guy to our place, and we'll let you go." Donggu struggled to say, "I'm not useless." With all his might, he protested, "I'm not stupid. You're the crazy ones." Kang Yu, standing aside, heard Donggu's words and panicked. "What are you talking about, you idiot? Have you gone crazy from being beaten too much?" Zhongchan burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha." He slashed Donggu's face with a knife. "You're making a big mistake. You think we're friends just because I'm talking to you nicely? You're trying to be on the same level as me? You're useless. When I tell you to shut up, you shut up, you idiot." Donggu weakly raised his hand. His angry eyes looked at Zhongchan, remembering Do Yun's words. "Don't run around and get beaten up again. That's why you're considered useless." Donggu mustered his strength to grab Zhongchan's hand. He recalled the times he was beaten up, from the restroom to the school gate, and on the soccer field. Back then, Donggu could only endure. Donggu clenched Zhongchan's hand tightly, trying to push him away. Zhongchan laughed. "Ha! You don't understand human language, do you?" Zhongchan raised his hand and punched Donggu in the face. Donggu lowered his head, opened his eyes wide, and cried out in pain. The punch hit Donggu straight in the face, causing him to fall to the ground, crying out in agony. The surrounding area was unusually quiet. Moreover, it was raining, so there were no pedestrians around. Kang Yu covered his face in panic. "Donggu, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly resisting?" Zhang Bel was startled. "What the heck are you trying to pull this time, you damn thing?" Suddenly, his eyes showed a flash of pain as he pretended to be fooled by Doyun, making him lose his guard before kicking him hard in the stomach. That line again. Just pretending. At the same time, at Yugi Ion High School, a teacher witnessed a horrific scene unfolding before her eyes. A group of male students lay unconscious on the floor, their bodies covered in blood. What was this? The new teacher at Yugi Ion High School, Ha Dong-du, was shocked because she had never seen such a scene before, and she covered her mouth, saying, "We should really call the police now." A male teacher next to her intervened. "This is a normal occurrence at this school. Even if we report it, the police won't show up for at least 10 minutes. He spoke up to remind her. She didn't listen to what the principal said. "Don't interfere with the students' affairs." Dong-du felt a sense of fear in her heart, thinking that scenes of students fighting were somewhat normal. Lying helpless in a pool of blood was also a frequent occurrence at Yugi Ion High School, judging from the scene. It made her wonder, but even after the PG Cheon incident, she had never seen anything like this. The school's surveillance cameras suddenly stopped working, and now the phone couldn't even get a signal. What was going on at Yugi Ion? Specifically at the gym, during weightlifting. The sound of someone breathing heavily in exhaustion. Dong-du recalled that scene. And no matter how many times she saw it, that monstrous strength was still terrifying. An ordinary person couldn't even lift a 200 kg weight, but he did it effortlessly. The muscular man's laughter echoed, "Ha ha." Before him stood a group of underlings, lined up and waiting for his orders. He quickly gulped down a glass of water after a tiring weightlifting session. While holding the glass of water, he asked, "Is there something going on?" Protein is really essential for weight gain. While holding the glass of water, he asked, "Is there something going on?" Protein is really essential for weight gain. He looked puzzled and asked again, "Why?" The underling stuttered. I heard that a spy has infiltrated the school." Park Jinju looked up. He looked at his underlings with surprise. "You are currently a BA student at Yugi Ion High School." Zhang Bel was once a renowned boxer, praised by those around him for his talent. "Zhang Bel, you have a special talent." The crowd cheered every time he knocked someone out. It was amazing. He single-handedly took down the entire 6th grade team. His fists were a gift from the gods, recognized by all. One of the chosen ones. Leaders from other high schools came to talk to him because they had heard of his reputation. "So you're Lim Jong-bel? Nice to meet you. I'm Park Yu-chan from Sodong High School." That was Jong-bel's life. He, Jong-beom, refused to be on the same level as others like him. He got into fights with those considered strong at the time. "Nice to meet you? You think you're talking to who, you dog? Shut your filthy mouth." He didn't hide his anger towards those inferior to him, tormenting them in various ways, making them experience a life worse than death. For Jong-beom, ruling from the top, having the power to control everything, was natural. He mocked and thought it was right. "You're done for, cannibal. Ha ha." Back to reality, Do-yoon and Jong-beom were facing each other. After being punched by Do-yoon, Jong-beom counterattacked, throwing a powerful punch, but Do-yoon dodged it perfectly. Jong-beom continued to launch deadly attacks, but Do-yoon just dodged them again and again, without even moving. Frustrated, Jong-beom threw a hook punch from below, but his heart was racing and he couldn't focus. What was this guy? He was bleeding, but he didn't care. Jong-beom took a running start, throwing a punch, thinking, "Why can't my fist reach it?" But before he could get close, Do-yoon gave him a beautiful three-color combo. He sneered, "The problem is the distance." The previous blow made him lose his balance, and he stumbled backward, wiping away sweat and blood. Do-yoon threw a lightning-fast punch. He calmed down and thought, "Maybe I've never felt this helpless before." Suddenly, Jong-beom charged forward like crazy, his eyes ferocious. He took a step back from Do-yoon's position. Jong-beom swung his fist from top to bottom, forming a beautiful semicircle. Do-yoon reacted in time, quickly ducking down to avoid the direct blow. Then he slowly moved his fist straight into Bel's chin, making his teeth clash, producing a dull thud. The force of the punch sent him flying, painfully crying out. His sandals were even ripped off his feet and flew into the air. Jong-beom was sent flying to the feet of his underlings, where he sat, groaning. Before he could even recover, Do-yoon kicked him, making him jolt. He ducked down, lying flat on the floor. The kick came suddenly, and he didn't have time to dodge, so he took it full on. At this moment, he felt a sense of impending doom, sweat dripping down. Damn it! What was this guy? Where did he come from? He had never heard of him before. Do-yoon stood there, looking handsome, without a single scratch. In contrast, Jong-beom looked like a refugee. He wiped the blood flowing from his nose, and it was just a random, full-force kick. Behind him, Do-yoon gently inquired, "Is the reaction good?" "Yeah," he casually replied, while spinning the toilet brush in his hand. "I'm actually thinking of crippling you." The person was taken aback, unable to say a word. Knowing that he no longer had the strength to retort, Do-yoon took the opportunity to warn him. "I told you before, begging won't help." "You lost from the start," the boy said jokingly, starting with his legs. His sharp gaze declared that from now on, the other person wouldn't be able to walk. The weapon in Do-yoon's hand suddenly fell to the ground. He was still sitting on the ground, refusing to stand up. Recalling his childhood image, he thought to himself, "What are you talking about, you insignificant bug?" Jong-beom gritted his teeth, remembering the days when he trampled others underfoot. He threw a punch, but Do-yoon dodged it. He couldn't tear Do-yoon apart. And he thought, why does he dare? Doesn't he know who I am? With that thought, he rushed at Do-yoon like an arrow, but his speed was only enough to scare Small Fry, not to confront Do-yoon. Jong-beom cursed in anger. "Are you crazy? You're worthless trash!" His punch once again grazed past Do-yoon's body, failing to hit its mark. Jong-beom's eyes widened as he shouted, "Do you know where you are? How dare you act so recklessly?" Do-yoon sighed. Due to Jong-beom's weak yet stubborn resistance, he decided to finish it quickly. With a huff, he delivered a direct punch to the opponent's face. Jong-beom cried out in pain as a series of punches rained down on his chest and abdomen. Do-yoon concentrated his strength in his arm and delivered a decisive blow. He punched directly into the center of the opponent's chest. Even from a distance, one could feel the terrifying power of this punch. The underling who had reported earlier could only cover his mouth in shock. Jongbeom was knocked back, rotating as he fell to the ground. His underlings stood by, watching as their boss was beaten and could only silently pray. Jongbeom sat on the ground, exhausted and gasping for breath. He lowered his head, coughing violently, and then looked up with a mix of anger and helplessness in his eyes. He looked at Doyun as Doyun approached and stood before him. With a cold smile, he mocked, "Where am I? Isn't this just an ordinary school?" Each of his words fueled the anger within Jongbeom. "Yes," Jongbeom turned around, directing his anger at his underlings. "What are you standing there for? You cowards?" The underling hesitantly spoke up. Yeah. Jongbeom became enraged, shouting at his underlings to catch Doyun. "Get him! Catch that bastard!" As predicted, they had witnessed the entire scene and sensed Doyun's danger, so they didn't dare to make a move. Jongbeom's anger grew at their inaction. "What are you waiting for? Catch him immediately, you idiots!" In contrast to the chaos inside, the space outside the schoolyard was calm. The leader on the phone was still waiting to talk to someone, shouting, "Hey! Hey! Hey! You bunch of useless idiots! Why isn't anyone answering?" A few people around them whispered, "Why are students from Yugi Ion here at our school?" As Jong-chan walked down the hallway, he caught the suspicious glances from Sumoon students. "Isn't he Im Jong-chan?" Another student chimed in. Jong-chan seemed terrifying. Suddenly, someone appeared and stopped. "Hey, who are you guys?" It was Teacher Dusheon, the disciplinary teacher from Sumoon School, who asked why Yugi Yong students kept sneaking into Sumoon School. He called out to them, "Come here now, you kids." The person on the phone merely murmured in response and continued walking. Teacher Dusheon, seeing this, became angry and shouted, "Hey, you're ignoring me when I'm talking to you? Come here immediately. That's disrespecting a teacher." Jong-chan put away his phone, sighed, and then turned to face Teacher Dusheon, who was calling out to him. He walked towards the teacher with a nonchalant attitude, hands in his pockets. Just as the teacher was about to ask, "What's going on?" Jong-chan pulled out a short knife from his pocket. "Why do you keep sneaking into other schools?" the teacher asked. But before he finished, Jong-chan stabbed him. In front of many Sumoon students, including Mina and Jason, who were now present in the hallway, Jason couldn't help but feel shocked. The person on the phone sneered, "You old fool! You should know who you're dealing with before you act tough. Got it?" The surrounding area suddenly turned red with the color of blood, from the stairs to the corner of the hallway. The teacher was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He could only groan. The cane in the teacher's hand slowly fell to the ground. The teacher fell backward, crying out in pain. "Ah!" The person on the phone calmly smoothed his hair and added, "Ha, you're really pathetic. You want to die?" He was even more vicious, spitting on Teacher Dusheon's face. The blood from the teacher's wound spread, forming a puddle. Turned around and handed the knife covered in blood to his underling, saying, "You damn guy, what the heck did you just do?" The underling stuttered. Did as you said." He gave the underling a sharp look. "You're the one who punched that bastard. Confiscate all their phones and check them. Then go confess to the team captain." Park Young-sik at the police station. Upon hearing this, the underling hastily agreed. Yes. He added, 2.5 years, that's all you'll lose." The underling stuttered again. Yes. After saying that, he acted nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. He walked away as if nothing had occurred, returned to Doyun and Jongbeom. He was sitting on the ground, struggling to move his legs, which were likely severely broken. Doyun reminded him kindly, "Do physical therapy properly, or you'll be stuck in a wheelchair for life." Upon hearing this, he just smiled wryly. Ha ha ha. Doyun looked puzzled and asked, "What are you laughing at? Do you want another beating? Do you want me to break your arm?" He lifted his bruised face to talk. "You don't even know what you just did, huh? Do you know what kind of person our leader is?" Doyun asked curiously. "Is it P.A. Cha-eun?" The underling standing behind him spoke up. "You really can die because of this." You're sure to die." Do-yoon remained indifferent. "That's ridiculous." "I don't care." Then he asked, "Where is Pia-cha-eun?" Suddenly, a foot kicked Do-yoon's face from out of nowhere. It was Park Jin-ju from Yugi Ion High School. He challenged, "You're the bastard who interrupted my training, right?" Dong-gu was surprised to see Do-yoon almost get hit, just as Jin-ju kicked at Do-yoon. Fortunately, Do-yoon quickly raised his hand to block it. Dong-gu was shocked. He blocked it? Do-yoon approached him, enunciating each word. "Are you Pha-cheon?" Before he finished speaking, Jin-ju took off his shirt and threw it up. He confidently flexed his muscles, looking pleased with himself. Dong-gu stood aside, thinking to himself that something wasn't right. At that moment, in Busan, it was raining heavily. Inside a large warehouse at Busan Port, numerous young men were hung upside down from the ceiling, their bodies covered in injuries, especially bloody wounds from head to toe. In front of them was Kang-do, the fourth-ranked in Nampo Urim. Nampo Urim, who was also unconscious, was hung upside down and tortured. There were puddles of water on the ground, mixed with blood. A man known as KIA had a phone held to his ear by an underling. He listened to the other end, then spoke irritably. "What's his name?" "Kim Do-yoon," the voice on the other end replied. The voice echoed throughout the warehouse. Below him, a line of underlings stood waiting. He was told that Kim Do-yoon was one of the top 12 nationwide, known for his strength, intelligence, and numerous followers. At that moment, Do-yoon was fighting against Jin-ju from Yugi Ion High School. He quickly pulled out a glass spray and sprayed it directly into Jin-ju's face. "My eyes are burning! What the heck is going on?" Do-yoon quickly dodged Jin-ju's attack and grabbed a nearby glass cleaning cloth. He stretched it to its limit and then whipped it straight at Jin-ju's face. Jin-ju, enraged, cursed "damn it" as he was hit. Besides the glass spray, there was also a cleaning brush used to break Jong Byom's leg among the underlings. Upon seeing these tools, Jin-ju thought, "What the heck is this?" He was being completely dominated by Do-yoon. "You fight dirty, you coward!" Jin-ju jumped forward, punching at Do-yoon. However, Do-yoon easily dodged by leaning back. Jin-ju's punch hit the wall, creating a large dent and smoke, showcasing his immense strength. He continued to lift his foot from below and kicked at Do-yoon's lower body. Thanks to Do-yoon's quick reaction, he fell backward. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. This damn mosquito is only good at buzzing around and dodging. But in the end, you're still just a mosquito. Just one hit, Jin-ju thought, then gathered all his strength and threw a powerful punch. The cleaning cloth had twisted into several loops and was flying towards Jin-ju. Surprised, Jin-ju saw that one end of the cloth was held tightly by Do-yoon and the other end was wrapped around his arm, about to swing at him. Seizing the opportunity, Do-yoon pulled the cloth strongly towards himself, dragging Jin-ju along. As he felt the distance closing, Do-yoon jumped up and kneed Jin-ju straight in the face. "You damn mosquito!" Jin-ju thought angrily. "I'll crush you!" Do-yoon dodged and quickly picked up the glass spray. He looked up at Jin-ju, who was also bending down to stare at him. This battle was infuriating him. This time, Jin-ju used both hands to throw two punches from different directions. Do-yoon dodged, causing Jin-ju to lose his balance as his hands crossed over each other. Do-yoon just whispered fire and then quickly pressed the spray nozzle, spraying glass cleaner straight into his face again. Jin-ju hastily raised his hand to wipe away the liquid, his mouth wide open as he shouted loudly, "Ooh-ah! It got in my nose." Before he could even regain his composure, Do-yoon launched a thunderous punch at him. Thanks to his daily training, he quickly regained his footing, although it was quite a struggle. However, he couldn't shake off the bitter thoughts in his mind. If there's a cowardly god, it's you. "You can't forgive him," he muttered, performing a very crude nose-picking gesture. "Do you know how much protein I've consumed over the past time?" "Think about it." Jin-ju's eyes widened in rage as he shouted at the top of his lungs, "Do-yoon, you really think I'll fall for such a cheap trick?" Do-yoon tossed the school jacket into the air. Bop! He momentarily broke into a sweat. "You really think I'm easy to bully?" A loud thud followed as he kicked Jinju straight in the face. It turned out that Do-yoon had thrown the jacket into the air to block Jinju's line of sight, and then seized the opportunity to kick him straight in the face, sending Jinju tumbling backward. His underlings stood frozen, watching in a daze. After being kicked and rolling around a few times, Jinju finally managed to sit up, near the foot of the stairs. One side of his face was already red from the kick. He winced in pain. Oh my God, it hurts so much. But didn't forget to mutter curses. Damn you. Do-yoon charged at him again, delivering a knee strike straight to his nose. Jinju's face contorted in pain as he crashed into the wall behind him. The kick was so powerful that it shook everything around them, including the hallway. One of Jinju's underlings was so frightened that he sat down on the floor. Blood began to spread across the floor. The kick was so powerful that it shook everything around them, including the hallway. One of Jinju's underlings was so frightened that he sat down on the floor. Blood began to spread across the floor. After picking up his jacket, Do-yoon smoothed out his hair with his hand and casually said, "Scene 1 complete." Do-yoon, still thinking that Jinju was the leader, arrogantly declared, "We've caught Pha-yoon." The underling, now terrified, looked on. Jinju couldn't even lift a finger, a state he had never been in before since Dong-gu knew him. "Who is that bastard?" Yoon approached Yong-gu and handed him 5,000 won, saying, "Here's the money, don't transfer it." Dong-gu hastily explained, "I've told you, he's not P.A. Cheon." As he picked up the gun, Do-yoon questioned him again. "He said he's P.A. Cha-yoon, so why are you making a fuss?" Both of them paused for a moment before walking away, leaving the chaos behind. Jung-gu tried to explain to Do-yoon, "I've told you, he's not." But Do-yoon remained stubborn. "Shut up and pay me." The underling was utterly panicked upon hearing their conversation. Outside the schoolyard, the sky was still blue, with sunlight casting down on the flower beds. As the day gradually turned into night, raindrops began to fall, replacing the beautiful daytime scenery with a gloomy, mysterious night scene. Jung-chan, who had returned from Kao Trung-sumun, witnessed the chaos that Do-yoon had left behind at Yugi-eon. He was furious, cursing under his breath. "Son of a—" The next day was Saturday, and the sound of Nico Nico Ni came from the TV as the favorite anime club watched. Dong-gu turned around and asked, "Has teacher Du-cheon's condition worsened to the point of hospitalization?" Upon being asked, Mat-kin began to recount the entire incident. Was it because of what happened at Yugi-eon? A mysterious person suddenly appeared, causing a commotion. He claimed to be searching for Do-yoon. Upon hearing the name, Dong-gu panicked and asked, "Pa-cha-yoon, is he one of Pha-yoon's henchmen?" Beside Do-yoon, who was eating, the conversation interrupted his meal. He chimed in to reassure them, "Since we've caught Pha-yoon, he probably won't show up again. Once the leader is taken care of, everything will be over." Dong-gu looked helpless at Do-yoon's naivety. "I've told you, he's not Pha-yoon. More importantly, it's the weekend. Where did you get that meal from?" Do-yoon replied nonchalantly, "I found it at the staff cafeteria." "Why are you eating that?" he added. "And in the classroom, no less. That's the meal reserved for the teacher on duty during the weekend." No matter what Dong-gu said, Do-yoon just ignored him. "Once food is in front of me, I won't spit it out. So stop making a fuss." Dong-gu was at a loss for words. "Whatever. More importantly, I think all this chaos is probably our fault because we've been disturbing Yugi-eon. I knew it. Messing with Yugi-eon was a mistake." Mat-kin asked, "You guys disturbed Yugi-eon?" Still unable to believe it. "We should go visit the patient. After all, we have a part to blame." Dong-gu nudged Do-yoon. "You're coming, right?" Do-yoon, still eating, simply replied, "No. You just said it might be our fault, and now you're backing out?" Dong-gu complained, not convinced. He then pleaded, "Come on, you have to come with us. It's really scary to be alone these days." Mina suddenly appeared, dressed to impress, striking a pose as she said with a laugh, "Ah ha ha, then I should come along too, right?" Mina appeared out of nowhere, and Donggu saw Mina here and asked again why she was in the bookworm group, or rather the anime fan club, because the meaning from top to bottom, Donggu judged her outfit. Clearly it was a film club, and the school clubs required uniforms. Mina didn't care. Donggu just spoke up to greet Doyun. "Hey, hello, new transfer student." Donggu showed a sulky expression, or maybe his words were ignored, because knowing Doyun joined the anime club, Mina quickly took action. She switched to the film club with a female classmate to join the anime club. Wasn't it because she liked him, but just wanted to be near Doyun. She switched immediately. Of course it was the anime club. What else could it be? "Oh my, why are you so natural?" Mina said to Donggu, but didn't forget to express her love for Doyun. "Oh my god, I suddenly felt like watching anime, so I registered for the anime club. A chance to meet here. Isn't it fate?" Suddenly, a gun muzzle pointed at Mina's head. Doyun didn't say much. "That's it, it'll make it fate." Mina still stubbornly obsessed. Love gun. The club members saw Doyun holding a gun and got excited. "Oh, a Glock G26! Isn't that crazy, Doyun? Can I touch it once?" Doyun didn't forget the opportunity to make money. 2,000. One per touch. After that announcement, everyone happily lined up, causing a commotion. "What's going on?" "Stop touching. Stand in line just to touch the gun." "Xiaomi, why are you lining up too?" Donggu stood beside him. Couldn't help but exclaim, "What's wrong with this?" Outside the school, the rain kept pouring down. The pond next to the warehouse was about to overflow due to the heavy rain. At this moment, a woman's voice was heard. Fortunately, the wound wasn't too deep, so it wasn't life-threatening. However, the principal said it was best for him to rest for a while. Teacher Ducheon, who was lying on the hospital bed, also spoke up. "Rest. The kids are about to take their midterm exams. It's nothing. Tell them I'll be back next week." With a wound like that, he still wanted to come to school to teach, just because the students were about to take their midterm exams. The teacher's wife was also helpless. Sighed again. There he goes again. He never gives up that habit. He still thinks he's at his peak. That damn pride. He's really not normal. At this moment, Jonggu and Mina were carrying bags to the hospital to visit teacher Ducheon. Mina didn't see Doyun with them, so she asked, "Where's the transfer student?" Then Donggu just replied, "I don't know." He recalled the scene at that time. He told Doyun to come along, but Doyun replied, "I don't want to stay because the teacher made me clean up. I'm not going." After saying that, Doyun jumped straight down from the 3rd floor and disappeared. Donggu was shocked. "This is the 3rd floor, you idiot!" Mina was unhappy with Donggu's answer, so she got annoyed. "He didn't understand anything, you bookworm. Damn Donggu!" I asked where the transfer student was. "What's the point of visiting if he's not here?" Donggu angrily turned to him and said, "What do you mean by visiting? Forget it. If you don't want to come, then go back." Mina was also angry. "We came all the way here, and you tell me to go back, damn it. So disappointing." At this moment, Doyun just arrived, heard the conversation between the two. The teacher was about to open the hospital room door. Donggu suddenly stopped when he heard the conversation. The teacher's wife asked, "Do you know how many years we've been married?" After a long silence, teacher Du Cheon replied, 25 years. The teacher's wife stepped forward, put her hand on the teacher's hand, revealing a wedding ring. The teacher's wife said something hard to understand. "Do you really think I don't know anything? Why do you keep everything inside? It'll corrode you from the inside out." On the other side, Doyun had also arrived at the hospital, carrying gifts for the visit, with a contemplative look. Doyun recalled something. The teacher's voice was heard. "Starting from today, you'll clean the 2nd floor boys' bathroom for 2 weeks. Understand?" "What are you looking at? Get to work!" Doyun was scolded by the teacher. He obediently stood there, listening to the instructions. Suddenly, the teacher pointed to the opposite side and said, "Ah, wait. You live with your mother and younger sister, right?" Hearing that, Doyun stopped and turned around. "Yes, so you're the breadwinner of the family, right? Even if you're not good at studying, at least don't cause trouble," the teacher advised earnestly. Then he tore off a piece of paper in front of him. Told him to take it. It was his phone number. Call me anytime you need someone. The teacher stepped forward, adjusted his clothes, and reminded him, Stand up straight, young man. Look, I was also rebellious at your age, but don't do shameful things. A man's pride is everything, understand? Do-yun dragged his feet to the teacher's hospital room, thinking about those moments. The teacher's words still echoed in his mind. It was all because of ourselves. He suddenly sighed. The two stood there, just left the drinks and left, a few meters away from the hospital room. He stopped when he saw Mina and Donggu standing in front of the door. Lying on the hospital bed, Teacher Dushin burst into tears because of his wife's words, feeling helpless and scolding himself for being so humiliated. Outside, the rain continued to fall heavily, as if it understood the heavy atmosphere in everyone's hearts. Teacher Dushin continued to speak. A teacher, not being the head of the disciplinary committee, should protect the students, but instead, he was humiliated in front of them. Recalling that moment, he remembered the arrogant look on that guy's face, full of disdain, scolding him, "You old and weak, do you want to die?" The teacher cried bitterly on the hospital bed. Donggu stood outside, listening quietly. How can I face the kids after this? Mina was no exception, her usual playful smile gone, replaced by a serious expression. The teacher continued, I'm ashamed to be humiliated by someone younger than my own child. How can I look into the kids' eyes? Donggu hastily leaned the umbrella against the wall, and the rainwater flowed down due to gravity. All three stood silently in front of the hospital room door, lost in thought. I'm not qualified to be a teacher. Do-yun was also lost in thought, empathizing with what the teacher had gone through. Teacher Dushin sobbed, feeling ashamed without any reason. The scene shifted to a luxurious villa. A person was beaten black and blue, blood flowing profusely. The name P.A. Cheon was called out. Is it just one person, or did the whole school get taken down? Dongchan knelt before him, speaking meekly. Even with 10 mouths, I wouldn't know what to say in my defense. He crawled beside P.A. Cheon, his eyes wild and his body shaking. Please forgive me, leader. I made an unforgivable mistake. If you give me another chance, I'll do anything to catch that bastard. I swear. P.A. Cheon sat there, cold and unyielding. No, you've made a grave mistake. He spoke with a tone of reprimand. If you really wanted to make amends, you would have brought it to me by now. Then he uttered cruel words lightly. Now it's time for you to take responsibility. You will take responsibility, won't you? Yes, Dongchan seemed to have lost all sense of reason. His usual arrogant demeanor was gone. Yes, I will accept any punishment. I swear to take full responsibility. A pair of scissors was brought before him. P.A. Cheon spoke with satisfaction. Good. 10 million won in a week, and leave your left hand behind. Dongchan numbly accepted. I will follow the leader's orders. Ah, and one more thing. You said his name is Kim Do-yun, right? You have 3 days to bring him to me. Each word was sharp and commanding, like a bloody order that must be obeyed. At this moment, at the game center, Do-yun spoke up. I told you not to laugh during the fight, didn't I? That's why people think I'm disposable. Do-yun didn't understand and asked back, You mean me? Don't you remember? At the convenience store, Mina followed us to the game center. She was standing at a distance, watching Do-yun, and couldn't hide her excitement. I got beaten up, not because I'm disposable, he recalled when he was beaten by the group leader for reporting their wrongdoings to the teacher. What did you get for reporting the teacher, you idiot? On another occasion, he knew Donggu came from a wealthy family, so he constantly demanded money from him. Donggu, what's going on? You're adding another 30,000 won? Not bad, you've got taste. Donggu timidly said, Thank you. Recalling that moment, he bitterly thought, not only was I beaten, but I also became disposable. That's right, perfect headshot. Do-yun responded casually. You should say things that fit the situation. We can talk after the game. Mina, standing there, chimed in, making a dislike gesture. Right. We're on a date, but you just disappeared. You should disappear too. Do-yun didn't hesitate to say it straight. Dong-gu felt uncomfortable but couldn't say anything else. He recalled the moment at the hospital when teacher Dushan blamed himself. "I don't have the face to see the kids anymore." He felt angry. When he saw the two of them playing games indifferently, he said, "You're still playing games at a time like this?" Do-yoon was focused on the game and didn't pay attention. Mina, on the other hand, was excited, cheering and chanting loudly, "Oh, that's cruel! Headshot! Shoot!" Dong-gu recalled the time he begged Do-yoon for help, speaking from the bottom of his heart. But Do-yoon refused to help, his eyes seemingly understanding the workings of Do-yeon. Mina's voice cut through his thoughts. "Look at the blood. It's terrible. Shoot him in the temple." "That's right." Dong-gu sighed in resignation and said, "It's pointless to talk to you." He wrapped up the food box and said, "I guess you're asking for more money." Then he turned around and left, not forgetting to take the food box. "I'm going." Do-yoon called out, "Hey, Dong-gu!" Dong-gu thought it might have an effect, but to his surprise, Do-yoon was concerned about the food box he took, which was his lunch. "No, this is mine. I've already paid for it." Dong-gu felt embarrassed and shouted. The rain was still pouring down outside a high-rise apartment building, around 30 stories tall, which seemed to be a wealthy residential area. Someone said, "Kim Do-yoon or something. I don't know his address. Is it possible for someone like him to get a condo here?" "Yes," Kang Yu responded. "Ah, yes." The person holding the umbrella asked, "Which floor?" The other person stuttered, It's... Yup." He approached and asked again, "Are you crazy?" If he doesn't know that much, what's the point of even trying?" Kang Yu was trying to call someone, but no one answered. "Yes, I'm still trying to call, but no one is picking up. I really don't know the room number." Kang Yu was furious, but he could only curse silently in his mind. Damn it, not knowing the address is a normal thing? Why does this Kang Yu guy always have to suffer? Why should he get dragged into this? Suddenly, Hyo Chang rushed over and punched Kang Yu in the face, causing him to cry out in pain. "Ugh! Huff!" Before he could understand what was happening, he was hit and thrown far away, about a meter. Hyo Chang shouted loudly, so loudly that even the people near the bicycle parking lot could hear him. "You idiot!" He walked over, raised his foot to kick Kang Yu, and cursed, "Don't just keep holding the phone when the other person isn't answering. Call his friend out and resolve this quickly." He kicked Kang Yu repeatedly. Kang Yu, under the witness of many passers-by, could only lie on the ground, supporting his head with his hands and enduring the pain. Because he knew Hyo Chang was much stronger than him, and even if he resisted, it wouldn't make a difference. He thought bitterly, "What did I do wrong? Why do I always have to suffer?" Passers-by looked at the young man being beaten with a mixture of confusion and alarm. Not far away, a guy with a bandaged ear was still wandering around. One of Hyo Chang's underlings shouted, "Hey, what are you people looking at? Move along!" The passers-by, upon seeing this, quickly dispersed, whispering to each other, "Oh my God, this is terrible. Let's go." Hyo Chang was still tormenting Kang Yu. He grabbed Kang Us' head, pulled his face up, and squatted down beside him, saying, "I'm giving you 1 minute. If you can't catch that guy, you'll die. Got it?" Kang Yu, unable to resist, could only groan a few times. "Why should I die for him?" His eyes welled up with tears of frustration and helplessness. "Why are there such unreasonable things?" "Please don't just stand there!" one of Hyo Chang's underlings shouted, trying to scare away the onlookers. "Move along! Move along!" A faint cry for help came from Kang Yu. "Someone, please help me! Call the police!" Dong-gu was walking back from the game zone when he saw the scene. He looked confused, realizing something was off, and quickly turned around to leave. Unfortunately, Kang Yu saw him and groaned weakly, calling out Dong-gu's name. Hyo Chang shouted excitedly, "Aha! There he is!" He pointed at Dong-gu. "That's the friend of Kim Do-yoon." Behind a nearby apartment complex, the rain continued to fall relentlessly. Dong-gu was cornered by Hyo Chang's gang. It was clear that he had been beaten up before being brought here. His glasses lay broken on the ground. Blood started flowing from Dong Jiu's nose as he whimpered weakly, "Ooh, ooh." Hyo Chang turned to Jong Chan and said, "If we keep beating him, he'll pass out. What should we do?" He sighed. "Why are there such useless guys?" He quickly folded his jacket. "Donggu, are you scared?" Jong Chan suddenly shouted, sitting down close to Donggu, his voice low and menacing. "You don't know who we are, do you?" He showed Donggu his knife. "You don't know about the rumors of us stabbing teacher Dushin in school? We even beat up teachers." Donggu was terrified upon hearing this. Donggu recalled the scene at the hospital when teacher Dushion broke down in tears due to humiliation. Jongchan continued, "Kim Doyun, or whatever his name is, just lure him out, and we're done." "Anyway, you call him out, won't you?" he warned, looking at Donggu. "You can't do anything, can you?" Donggu remembered the times his father scolded him, calling him useless and saying he was just like his mother. His father would point at him and say, "You're stupid, just like your mother." Zhangchan interrupted his thoughts. "You can't do anything, you idiot. Just lure that guy to our place, and we'll let you go." Donggu struggled to say, "I'm not useless." He mustered all his strength to say, "I'm not stupid. You're the crazy ones." He resisted loudly. Kang Yu, standing aside, heard Dongju's words and panicked. "What are you talking about, you idiot? Have you gone crazy from being beaten too much?" Zhangchan burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha!" He slashed Donggu's face with his knife. "You're making a big mistake. You think we're friends just because I'm talking to you nicely? You think you're on the same level as me? You're useless. When I tell you to shut up, you shut up, you idiot!" Donggu weakly raised his hand, his eyes filled with anger. He remembered Do Yun's words, "Don't run around and get beaten up again. That's why you're considered useless." Donggu grabbed Yongchan's hand tightly, recalling the times he was beaten up from the restroom to the school gate and being ganged up on the soccer field. Back then, Donggu could only endure. Donggu squeezed Yongchan's hand hard, trying to shake him off. Zhangchan laughed. "Ha! You don't understand human language, do you, idiot?" Dongchan raised his hand and punched Dongjiu's face. Donggu lowered his head, opened his eyes wide, and cried out in pain. After being punched directly in the face, Donggu fell to the ground, crying out in agony. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and since it was raining, there were no pedestrians on the street. Kang Yu covered his face in panic. "What are you doing, Donggu? Why are you suddenly fighting back?" Blood drained from his nose, dripping onto the floor as he struggled to speak, cursing his bad luck. Zhangchan stopped in his tracks. Donggu opened his eyes, slowly raised his head, and memories came flooding back. The image of teacher Duan lying helplessly on the hospital bed, crying. Only his wife was always by his side, taking care of him. Beside the image of Zhangchan being beaten by someone, Donggu saw himself sitting and watching his close friend cry. His eyes filled with anger. Donggu gritted his teeth and said, "It's all because of you, but why? Do we have to put up with this? You're the ones who are weird. You're the ones who are wrong." Kang Yu became even more flustered upon hearing Donggu's accusations, pleading for him to shut up. But Donggu remembered the image of himself and his friends laughing together in the club and continued to speak. "If you just disappeared, there wouldn't be any problems." He pointed straight at Zhangchan, saying, "You're the ones who are weird." Zhangchan gave a cold glance, his suppressed emotions erupting like a storm. The surrounding space fell silent as he slowly turned around, pulled out a knife, and cursed, "You two are beaten to the point of bleeding. You still have the energy to bark obscenely, huh? Are you mentally ill from puberty? It seems like you're hallucinating." His demeanor was as if he was going crazy because he was scolded by someone like Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over, grabbed a knife, and threatened Donggu, saying, "I'll gouge out your eyes." The people standing pang anxiously, fearful, as Donggu spoke and acted. Dongchan pointed the knife closer to Donggu's eye, taunting, "Let's see if you still have the energy to bark." His demeanor was as if he was going crazy because he was scolded by someone like Gu. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed over, grabbed a knife, and threatened Donggu, saying, "I'll gouge out your eyes." Kang Yu stood by, worried and scared, as Dongchan put his words into action, pointing the knife closer to Donggu's eyes to see if he still dared to speak. Donggu opened his eyes wide, looking at him without any fear. If not this time, there would be no other chance for him to speak out. The space seemed to freeze at that moment, and the knife in Dongchan's hand suddenly broke. Someone laughed. Ha ha! A gun muzzle appeared, with a flag that read Kim Do-yoon on it, teasingly. "I told you to send a rubber band, but why did it turn out like this?" he complained. He remained calm and threw the gun straight back. When Hyo Chang saw Yoon suddenly appear, he trembled and stuttered, It was him. Burger Kim caused a commotion. Kim Do-yoon. Upon hearing the name he was looking for, Jongchan's face turned pale with fear as he looked over. Do-yoon didn't pay attention to them, continuing to talk to Jonggu. Jonggu intentionally changed his phone, which had a shattered screen. Do-yoon picked up Jonggu's phone and gently spoke, then turned to Jongchan and asked if he was the one who did it. When he turned around, he saw the thing that annoyed him the most. The packed lunch Jonggu brought, which was also his favorite dish, had been scattered all over the ground, making him extremely uncomfortable. However, Do-yoon still smoothed his hair and said that he needed to teach him a lesson for wasting food. Jonggu felt wronged and said, "Can't you see I'm hurt?" Jongchan smiled, amused, but Do-yoon gave him a deadly stare, making Jongchan finally speak up. "Is it you?" "Ka ka ka!" Jongchan laughed maniacally, his eyes wide open, staring at something terrifying. The umbrella in Do-yoon's hand fell to the ground. Someone whispered, Jongchan's body had 2 circular marks, one on his head and one on his hip. Do-yoon had punched right through him. His face was cold as he said, "Pork stir-fry shouldn't be wasted." At the Golden Karaoke Bar in Limdong, a group of rough-looking people gathered, smoking and having a good time. The center of attention was a group of young people who had run away from home, known as the Passionate Group. The Passionate Group had been using young girls to bribe local police and expand their influence, becoming a new type of runaway youth gang. They openly coerced girls. When police patrolled by, they turned a blind eye, saying, "Just leave them alone." The accompanying police officer was surprised. Even local police are afraid to touch them. They've become a troublesome gang. However, not long after, the Passionate Group was beaten up by someone, and their gang collapsed. The day of the incident was also the day they held a birthday party for their leader, Lee Ho-cheon, who was enjoying himself with 2 girls. 21 members of the group gathered at a big event, enjoying the party atmosphere, when a young man burst in, his eyes filled with killing intent. All 21 members present were severely injured, barely clinging to life. The perpetrator was only 13 years old, and he seemed to enjoy the scene. His name was Im Trong Trang. Hyo Chang recalled the legend of Im Trong Trang, finding it hard to believe that a 13-year-old boy could take down 21 rough guys that even local police were afraid to touch. After that, Im Trong Trang's reputation spread throughout the southern part of Seoul, and the people there called him the Devil God, or Yi Jung Chang. He was completely overwhelmed, and Hyo Chang was shocked when he saw him being whipped by a stranger for the first time. Tae Trong Chan cried out in pain, "What's going on today?" Hyo Chang was shocked and couldn't even touch Kia. "What's happening?" Jong Chan collapsed in front of Do-yoon, his mouth agape in pain, stuttering, "What kind of person are you?" The hand holding the knife trembled unsteadily, pointing straight at Do-yoon's face, speaking nonsensically. "You drugged me, didn't you? What have you done to me?" He frantically charged forward, shouting, "I won't be defeated by someone like you." He tried to stab Do-yoon directly with the knife, but with Do-yoon's superior close combat skills, it wasn't a challenge. Do-yoon dodged, so he swung the knife around his hand, boldly making a beautiful slash, but it was still deflected by Do-yoon with a direct kick. After being hit, he shouted, "Ai, ai!" then calmed down, holding the knife, and charging forward to slash from top to bottom. Do-yoon dodged and he slashed again, determined to hit him. Unfortunately for him, Do-yoon shifted to the side, seizing the opportunity. He was horrified as Do-yoon landed a direct punch to his chin with such force that his teeth were clenched and bleeding. Jong-chan was thrown back, the knife slipping from his hand. Clearly I saw it coming, but why couldn't I avoid his punch? Regaining his balance, Jong-chan stood firm, wiping the blood from his face, his eyes burning with anger as he glared at Do-yoon. "What have you done to me?" he shouted furiously. "When did you attack me?" A few cracks appeared, and he bent over, clutching his stomach in pain. You're overdoing it." He coughed lightly a few times. Only then did Do-yoon respond. "You're weak, so why blame me?" Do-yoon stood straight, his hands in his pockets, mocking him. "You're not satisfied with the current situation, are you? You know why? It's because you haven't been beaten enough." Do-yoon beckoned Jong-chan to come closer. "Come here, and I'll beat you some more." Jong-chan's face twisted with rage, his eyes bulging. "You've never been humiliated like this before." Jong-chan charged towards Do-yoon, his powerful arms flailing, but Do-yoon dodged. Jong-chan became angrier, cursing, "You damn little fish." Then Trong-chan jumped up, kicking Do-yoon in the head. Jong-chan attacked relentlessly, but Do-yoon dodged and weaved. The more he attacked, the more energy he expended. Eventually, he exposed a fatal flaw. Do-yoon seized the opportunity, grabbing Jong-chan's shoulder with one hand and preparing to deliver a hook with the other. Jong-chan's eyes widened as he saw Do-yoon's fist coming towards him. Do-yoon landed a perfect hook, sending Jong-chan flying backward. Jong-chan could only shout in his subconscious, "What's going on?" He felt like he was floating in mid-air, an uncomfortable sensation. He thought dazedly, why couldn't I avoid it? Jong-chan knew where Do-yoon was aiming, but the speed was too fast, and he couldn't react in time. Before he could regain his senses, Do-yoon landed several more hooks, left and right. It still wasn't enough to warm Do-yoon up. Finally, Do-yoon finished him off with a punch to the left cheek. Jong-chan fell to the ground, groaning in pain. "Kak! Kak!" His legs wobbled as he stumbled backward, then quickly regained his balance. Do-yoon praised, "Well, you're quite resilient." Jong-chan groaned. Do-yoon said, "This must be a good restaurant, isn't it? You're good at taking a beating." Jong-chan couldn't stand firmly on his feet anymore. Do-yoon sighed in relief. "Luckily, I can still beat Kang-yu." He held his head, making a vivid expression. "You're crazy, aren't you? All because of some stir-fried pork." Dong-gu glanced over. Do-yoon sneered, beckoning. Trong-trang approached, still quite tough. His eyes filled with a menacing glare as he looked at Do-yoon. "Let's start from the beginning," he said. Do-yoon stood before him, his eyes cold. "Say something. I'll consider it." Trong-trang's eyes widened in fear as Do-yoon's gaze turned deadly. Suddenly he looked down. Do-yoon put his hand in his pocket, about to take something out. "Shut up, Trong-trang!" Hyo-chang's voice called out, making Trong-trang jump. Do-yoon, losing patience, said, "If you don't say anything, I'll start by breaking your jaw." He raised his hand to strike, but suddenly, a gun was pointed at Trong-trang's head. Dong-chan froze, unable to move. "I know what it's doing, but I can't stop it, and I can't avoid the punch." The bullet flew out of the gun, heading straight for Trong-trang's head. He screamed in pain. Then he sat down on the ground in fear, wailing in pain as the rain poured down. Trong-trang, once a fierce figure, now became a weak, whimpering person. Hyo-chang, standing beside him, was also sweating profusely, despite the rain. Jong-chan still looked at Do-yoon with a mixture of fear and confusion. What is this guy? I've never seen anyone like him before. Is it possible for someone like this to exist? He felt a strange sensation upon seeing Do-yoon for the first time. Looking at Do-yoon's cold demeanor, Jung-chan seemed to lose his sanity. "This isn't human." Do-yoon raised an eyebrow, questioning Jung-chan's state. Jung-chan was too scared to notice Do-yoon kicking him straight in the jaw, breaking it. This was the second body part Do-yoon targeted. Jung-chan was in so much pain that he thought Do-yoon was a monster. The rain just wouldn't stop, and Gong-gu still couldn't stand up by himself. He just turned his eyes to Do-yoon, who was satisfied to see the person being tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. On the hospital side, Mr. Ducheon was sipping his coffee while admiring the rain. It seemed like he had calmed down. John Chan, who was beaten black and blue by Do-yoon, was lying on the ground. Gauze from the wound on his ear scattered around him. Do-yoon was also soaked from the rain, standing right on top of him. He slightly looked up at the Hyo-chang group, who were suddenly noticed by the devil. He was startled, dropping the umbrella he was holding, his face pale with fear, stuttering, Do-yoon approached them, his cold eyes as if he was about to beat them to a pulp. At the Tiger Gang's hideout, people were lying unconscious in the hallway. Next to them, the underlings were standing in a neat line, as if waiting for someone. Inside the room, the dim orange-red lighting suggested a deadly atmosphere. Someone was quietly eating noodles. Someone spoke up. Nam Pulim made a profitable offer, but when I got there, everything was different from what I heard on the phone. He continued, putting a pickled radish in his mouth, chewed slowly, savoring the flavor, then said, "So I cut his tendon halfway. He played tough. If you've eaten enough, that's it. Do you want more?" Pak Cha-eun stared at the person in front of him with a deadly gaze. PG Cha-eun stabbed a chopstick straight into the thigh of that person. He screamed in pain, hopeless. His mouth was still taped shut, the chopstick deeply embedded inside. When it was pulled out, fresh blood splattered and part of the chopstick broke off. The scream grew louder. Pi-chun calmly picked up more noodles, saying, "I'll give you 2 days to clean up Busan. Can you do it?" He put noodles in his mouth with the same chopstick that had been stabbed into the person's thigh. That person quickly nodded in agreement, repeatedly saying yes. PGI-chun examined him, then said, "Let's see." That person quickly nodded again, holding the chopstick that was left floating. PG-chi-oc shifted his gaze, put the noodles on the table, and leaned in close to the person, saying, "All right, I'll give you a chance to eat well, okay?" His crazy eyes uttered a death sentence, wishing a happy day, then turned around, opened the door, and left the room. The leader, Kang Hyuk-cheon, who was standing next to him, finally spoke up. "Sir, there's an urgent call from Im Trong-trang. What should we do?" PG Cheon took the phone from Hyuk-cheon's hand. As he walked, he put the phone to his ear, turned the door handle, and suddenly heard a voice from the other end. "Are you Pak Cheon?" It was Do-yeon who used Dong-chan's phone to call. Turning back to Do-yeon, he had already beaten the Hyo-chang group, who were lying all over the ground. Pak Cheon was surprised to hear the stranger's voice, partly because Do-yoon dared to ask for him directly, and partly because he was wondering how he could use the phone of someone from the inside to call. He imagined Do-yoon standing right in front of him, gritting his teeth, saying, "I've come to find you." Do-yoon was actually standing right in front of him. His eyes were wild with excitement. On the same day, at a barbecue restaurant, the principal and teachers of Yugi Ion High School were chatting. A teacher spoke up, "Sir, is it okay to just leave the situation at Sumun like this?" Recalling the scene from today, he continued, "Anyway, our school has had too many incidents. This is a case where students from another school barged in and assaulted our teachers and students. The teacher was worried that if the press found out, or if the parents knew, the principal would be in trouble. If parents send their kids to this school, there aren't many decent ones," he said, not caring, waving his chopsticks. "They're either single parents or orphans, mostly parents who have abandoned their kids," the principal said, pouring wine. "Even if they do show up, it won't make a difference. The rain just wouldn't stop, and the weather was getting colder, as cold as people's hearts. The principal sipped his wine, but the principal was still stubborn, ignoring the problem outside. Who cares about a trash school like this? He ate and drank leisurely, saying, "There won't be any problem. Just leave it be." The teacher was worried, hesitating to advise, but was brushed off by the old principal. "Come on, even if we make a big deal out of it, we're the ones who will suffer. Understand?" he said seriously. "This case is related to things we shouldn't be involved in." Saying this, the principal raised his glass, downing the wine in one gulp, muttering to himself, as if reminding the teacher that they had gotten involved in something dirty. On the other side, Du Iun had kicked Hyuk-chi Osi away because he was blocking his path. He crashed into the glass door, which shattered, and fell straight to the floor below. His terrified eyes shouted, "It's just a few meters to the ground!" He quickly strained himself, mustering all his strength into his back. His back hit the floor hard, causing the surroundings to shake. Luckily, he managed to use his hands to support himself, clenched his teeth, and used his strength to stand up. "Doyun should leave a little scratch." He stepped forward and put his foot on the threshold. "That's the falling technique in judo, right?" Thinking, he quickly jumped down, following the same path. He supported himself with his hands, putting force into his two legs and hands to brace. Doyun, looking a bit tired, raised his eyes to look at him. Hyuk Cheon wiped the sweat from his face with his hand. He recalled when Doyun attacked. What's going on? At the moment of the attack, he clearly saw it, but he couldn't avoid the strike. Through experience, he could feel his opponent, someone he had no chance of winning against in close combat. But that's all. Just need to grab it, and there's a chance it will tilt in my favor. Standing in front of concrete, no one is an opponent. He recalled when Doyun attacked. What's going on? At the moment of the attack, he clearly saw it. But he couldn't avoid the strike. Through experience, he could feel his opponent, someone he had no chance of winning against in close combat. But that's all. Just need to grab it. And there's a chance it will tilt in my favor. Standing in front of concrete, no one is an opponent. I'll smash your head, he thought, then confidently charged forward, his hands opening wide to grab the boy's head. Doyun quickly jumped and moved back, avoiding his attack. He immediately switched to his other hand, continuing to use the same technique. Hyuk-cheon rushed forward, trying to touch Doyun. Because of his fast speed, a part of Doyun's clothing was caught. Got it, he thought. Doyun then punched the grabbed part to break free. Ah, you're quite agile, he thought. Doyun leaned back, his two legs raised in front of Hyuk-cheon, who was still advancing. With his hands still straight, he kicked hard at Hyuk-cheon's chin. At this moment, he was still advancing from the previous momentum. With his hands still straight, he kicked hard at Hyuk-cheon's chin, causing blood to spurt from his nose. The blood splattered, almost hitting Doyun. Doyun's eyes became even colder. He recalled when Dong-gu was on his back, exhausted but still calling his name, Doyun. At that time, Dong-gu was worried and asked, Han, the wound on your nose will leave a scar, won't it? Doyun remained silent, listening to Dong-gu's laborious words. Every day, when you look in the mirror, you'll see it, won't you? Doyun lost patience, saying, Why do you keep asking such obvious questions? Pretending to be annoyed, he thought, Should I just leave you alone? It's really annoying. Just a wound, and it's enough to be sad. There were times when he was beaten by the mushroom-headed guy everywhere, at all times, suffering enough abuse and various beatings. Back to the present moment. Hyuk-cheon seemed to be in quite a lot of pain from the continuous blows. Just as he was about to do something, Doyun charged forward, kneeing him in the chin. He groaned in pain. What kind of person is this? He thought vaguely. He threw me through the window just now, waiting for an opportunity to attack. He fell backward, crashing into the wall. Just looking at it was enough to see the pain, not to mention taking a direct hit. He lowered his head, using his hands to support himself, and couldn't stop groaning. "What is this? Are you trying to kill me?" Hyuk-cheon said with difficulty, his face filled with anger and blood. He recalled his glorious past when he was praised by PG Cha-eun. "You're not an ordinary person. Even with talent, you can't stand at the top of the world. It's unfair, right? Follow me and you'll become a special existence." Pak Cheon had recruited him with those words. He was still immersed in the sweet words Pak Cheon had said, fantasizing about himself being special, chosen by the great leader. "You're not someone a guy like you can look down on," he thought, getting angrier. The blood on his face surged. "A guy like you?" He charged forward like a rocket, punching straight at Do-yoon's face. But it was easily caught by Do-yoon. "Once I grab you, you're done," he thought. Hyuk-cheon continued to throw punches at Do-yoon, focusing on his face, creating a flurry of strikes. Thinking, Hyuk-cheon acted. But it was useless because it was Do-yoon's specialty. Do-yoon was good at making fake moves to deceive his opponents, Hyuk-cheon thought to himself, then took advantage of the opening to grab Do-yoon's arm, pretending to follow his move. Letting him grab his wrist, Hyuk-cheon said triumphantly, "You're done." Then he used his other hand to grab Do-yoon's neck, performing a hip throw. Hyuk-cheon acted according to plan, using his leg as a pivot and pulling with his hands to throw Do-yoon. But Do-yoon flipped beautifully in the air and countered by clamping his legs around Hyuk-cheon's. He thought to analyze in a flash, but Do-yoon had adjusted his tilt to disperse the force directed towards the ground. "How is this possible?" he thought in surprise. "That's the skill of a pro." Moreover, what is this guy trying to do? Suddenly he felt himself being lifted, his head involuntarily tilting back. Do-yoon exerted all his strength to lift Hyuk-cheon and then fell backward, performing a skillful throw that made Hyuk-cheon's head hit the ground hard. He was in so much pain that he couldn't close his mouth, groaning. In Long's panic, he thought it was ridiculous. What kind of person is this guy? Breaking techniques, breaking the balance, breaking the weight class. It's like breaking all logic. I've never seen anyone like this. At this point, he still has the mood to think about these techniques, sitting on the ground, mouth groaning, hand reaching up to rub his head. Suddenly, something rushed towards him. Do-yoon lowered his face to stare at Hyuk-cheon, remembering when Dong-gu once said, "You know, I'm much more at ease when you're not here. No matter how much money I have, I'll give it to you." He excitedly asked again, "Really?" "Of course, hurry up," Dong-gu continued. "So Do-yoon, you also think about us sincerely, don't you?" The blood on his face flowed out more and more, mixing with the rainwater. Do-yoon stood there looking at him, feeling someone approaching. Do-yoon slightly turned to look. It was a police car. With flashing lights and sirens blaring, 2 police officers arrived, guns drawn, asking, "Hey, you student!" On the ground, Hyuk-cheon's hand slightly moved. Do-yoon instinctively looked over at the numb face. Among PG Cheon's underlings, one had managed to sit up and was making a call to report to the police. The number 112 still displayed on the phone. The police officer's voice came. "There's a report of an assault." Then he pointed his gun at Do-yoon, ordering, "Hands up! Come over here slowly. Hurry up." Just as he finished speaking, he was hit by a punch that distorted his face. It was P.A. Cheon, who appeared out of nowhere, holding a brick from the roadside and hitting the unlucky police officer straight on the head. The officer fell, face contorted in pain. The other police officer was shocked, holding his gun, trembling, saying, "You are..." Before he could do anything, PG Cheon rushed forward, punching the officer straight in the face, the police car's lights still flashing. The sound of the siren still audible from the warehouse, but the 2 police officers were likely to have a tough night. Pak Cheon, exhausted, stood up straight, smoothing his hair. Then he turned to look at Do-yoon, excitedly saying, "Ah, this is great!" His eyes widened, revealing a strange, terrifying glint. Do-yoon looked straight back at him, unflinching. BJ Cheon, looking at the two police officers struggling on the ground, sneered. "Violence is really exhilarating, isn't it?" He said to Do-yoon, with meaningless words, "You should have gone back. But you came here. That's great. Maybe because the law forbids you. You're angry, right? I feel like there's something similar between you and Dong-in." The mocking tone in his voice hadn't stopped. He suggested Do-yoon be friends with him, then casually lured him, just like he had with Hyuk-jeon. "I'll make your abilities. Violence becomes special. The power we gain is worth striving for," he said, using the influence of the underworld as evidence. The Yakuza boss in Japan once said, "Money makes violence justified. Money and violence create more money. Let's dominate this area together." Do-yoon coldly replied, "The other person is already dead." BJ Cheon was taken aback. "Huh?" Before Do-yoon's fist rushed towards him, hitting him through the head, just like he had with others. In Do-yoon's subconscious, the image of the Yakuza boss appeared. At this moment in the school cafeteria, he coldly uttered each word. "Mei has killed someone," turning to the principal and teachers of Yu-gi-oh. The teacher asked in confusion. "What did you say? You're involved in something dirty?" The principal hastily ignored him. "You don't need to know." Images from the principal's memories appeared. At that time, in the principal's office, Principal Im Chun-seok was respectfully inviting a counselor. "Counselor, please have a cup of coffee." He sat at his desk, looking at the information on his computer, and was extremely confused. "What's going on?" "There's going to be an assault at school. Don't do anything. Just wait quietly." This was a threatening message, sent directly to the principal's computer. He told the teacher that it was just a student who had obtained internal documents from Hella, a top 0.1% business organization known for its high-level security. After Do-yoon's punch, it was expected that PG Cheon would collapse, but he used both hands to withstand the blow. He opened his mouth, revealing a wide grin. BJ Cheon tilted his head back, his eyes gleaming with interest, looking at Do-yoon with disgust, saying, "You're not going to join me?" Do-yoon didn't care about his words. Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes, showing a menacing gaze at Do-yoon, who was annoyed, smoothing his hair, saying, "Why do you keep asking the same thing? It's annoying." Pak Cheon quietly assessed, "You're not an ordinary student." At a high-rise apartment building, when Cheon was young, he stood beside his younger brother's crib, holding a kettle of boiling water. In his head, there were always voices urging him to kill. "Killing isn't necessarily a bad thing, is it? People will die eventually. It's just a matter of time," the killer said calmly. On the TV screen, the serial killer, who had killed over 30 women, was being interviewed. Boiling water was slowly poured on the boy, known as the notorious global serial killer. Albert Bundy's words. The child was in agony, crying out in pain. The mother, who was just passing by, heard the milk and ran in to see her son being tortured and was extremely shocked, dropping the bottle of milk she had just prepared. She panicked and cried out, "Jason! Jason!" But he didn't panic. The being who held the power to decide death, Pak Cheon, looked at his mother calmly, without a ripple on his face. It was truly an amazing thing. But Albert Bundy finally had to pay for what he had done. The boy changed scenes to the National Police Station. The sound of a police officer questioning him. The sound of crying. "So you were going to kill your younger brother?" The boy. Cheon replied coldly with unbelievable words. "I warned Giho many times not to cry, but he didn't listen to me." Giho was the one at fault. The entire body of the boy, Giho, was covered in burns. Pak Cheon's situation was no different from Albert Bundy's. The judge's voice pronounced the sentence on PG Cheon. "I will apply Article 10 of the Juvenile Law. He must also pay for what he has done. But not everyone in this world lives and pays for their evil deeds." Pak Cheon sat in front of the TV, wearing prison clothes. The TV screen showed news about a person suspected of killing 7 members of a rival organization. The entire body of this boy, Giho, was covered in burns. Pak Cheon's situation was no different from Albert Bundy's. The judge's voice pronounced the sentence on PG Kayan. I will apply Article 10 of the Juvenile Law. He must also pay for what he has done. But not everyone in this world lives and pays for their evil deeds. Pak Cheon sat in front of the TV wearing prison clothes. The TV screen showed news about a person suspected of killing 7 members of a rival organization. Mr. Sakasubu Sino, the leader of the Okita gang in Japan, was declared not guilty by the court on the 11th. He watched the TV screen intently. The news was about a case of an 11-year-old girl who died due to a drunk driver. The suspect was Jong Seok-hyun, the son of Mr. Geont, a fifth-term member of the National Assembly. There was news that he was not the actual driver. The image of a lonely chair in the night was the position that Pak Chun had always aimed for. At the moment when the target appeared in Pak Chun's life, wealth, fame, and power had to be grasped by all means, and he became a special being who could decide the time of death. Not long after, at the kindergarten, Pak Cheon sat down in front of Go and spoke coldly to his own younger brother. Do you know why I was going to kill you? Don't you want me to tell you the real reason? The burned boy looked up with an innocent and stupid expression. Pak Cheon continued. G-I-H-O. You're too similar to me. He smiled widely, speaking in a terrifying tone. In this world, it's enough to have just one person like me. You understand, right? It was simply becoming a god again. At that moment, he declared in front of Do-yoon, I am a special being. Do-yoon stopped, stood up, and scratched his ear, then walked forward and kicked him in the face, but he dodged by leaning back. Do-yoon continued to attack rapidly. PG Cheon raised his hand to block the punch, and it didn't budge at all. The two separated. PG Cheon spoke first. So what just happened makes me even more puzzled. He spoke naively. How can you move faster than me? Fresh blood flowed down from his head. Do-yoon was tired of his verbosity. Is your head damaged or something? Why are you talking like that? It seemed like he was faster. He added, but anyway, I'm a bit surprised. He secretly evaluated him. I haven't met someone like you in a long time. Are you sure you're a normal person? He raised his sleeve, which was torn, and PG Cheon said nonchalantly, in the time that has passed, I've met many people. I've been through many battles and defeated many others. All of them were crushed under Pak Cheon's feet. But this was the first time he had such an experience. He opened his eyes wide, showing interest. Do-yoon? Do-yoon said uncomfortably. If you're just going to say that, then shut up. He rushed forward like lightning and punched Do-yoon in the face. Do-yoon just stood there. You're really interesting. Pak Cheon threw a punch just like before. Do-yoon had used the same move on him. It seemed like it hit, but suddenly he glanced at something and then looked down. Do-yoon ducked down and put his hand back. You're imitating me, aren't you, you idiot? No creativity. As he finished speaking, he straightened up and punched him in the head. He fell back, his eyes vacant, as if about to lose consciousness. Blood flowed down from his forehead. Do-yoon looked at him coldly. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, smiled, and said with pleasure, You're indeed very interesting. As he finished speaking, he punched straight down. Luckily, Do-yoon had moved to the left just in time. From the left, PG Cheon's fist suddenly came at him. Do-yoon also moved because this speed was too fast. He slightly swayed, but had regained his composure. He quickly ducked down to avoid him. He continued to aim at his chest and punched repeatedly. Do-yoon just raised his hand to block. Pak Cheon rotated his body and changed the direction of his attack. Noticing an opening, Do-yoon punched him painfully on the left cheek, but it was still within Pak Cheon's control. He had dodged just as the punch touched his skin. Do-yoon followed through with his punch, while Pak Cheon quickly retreated backward. A moment of surprise flashed across his face as Yeon dodged Pak Cheon's knee strike. Pak Cheon, looking quite smug at the time, stepped forward and threw a knee strike. Do-yeon dodged it and thought that the more he fought this guy, the more his strength, endurance, and speed increased. He couldn't just stand still. Pak Cheon continued to swing his arm, aiming at Do-yeon. The punch from above created a beautiful arc. Do-yeon couldn't help but think, especially about the innate speed. He never expected to meet someone like this in high school. But contrary to his expectations, Do-yeon was surprised. He thought, punching left. The punch seemed to have touched Do-yeon's face. Pak Cheon was lost in his own delusions, unobstructed by anything. He thought that Do-yeon was just like any other weakling, only a bit interesting, but would ultimately lose to someone special like him. I'm the one on top. That's my mission. But then Do-yeon spoke up coldly. You're overestimating yourself, you know? It's hard to bear. How can you be so arrogant? Do-yeon said with a cold expression, his words mocking Pak Cheon. Pak Cheon's attack had been blocked by Do-yeon with one hand. Pak Cheon was taken aback, thinking, it caught. How? Do-yeon added. Who do you think you are? Pak Cheon wasn't entirely normal, but he was still just a domestic product. Ha ha, he said with a smug smile. He was still lost in his delusions, imagining himself standing on the execution ground, the rope slowly tightening around his neck, his eyes bulging as if someone was choking him, unable to breathe. The executioner's hand was crushing him like an ant. Pak Cheon's head was about to explode, his body twisted and contorted. Was walking under an umbrella, saw Pak Cheon, covered in bruises and blood, struggling on the ground. It didn't look like he was faking it. Jung-seok was shocked and cried out, Pak Cheon! Pak Cheon! He assessed Pak Cheon's condition, which was likely to result in permanent disability. He turned to ask Ha-yang, the leader, who was lying on the bed. C.A. Who is that guy? If it really was Do-yeon who made Pak Cheon like this, then we were right to let him go. He recalled Do-yeon's demeanor back then and couldn't help but wonder. Ha-yang was still lying down, lost in thought. Then he slowly spoke up to reassure, no need to rush. At that moment, outside the police station, a corrupt police officer's phone had been hacked. He was frowning as he scrolled through his phone, thinking, what's this? Why is there an app I never installed on my phone? Who's the bastard who dared to hack a police officer's phone? Messages from a blackmailer appeared on his screen, threatening an armed attack on Sumun High School staff. The blackmailer demanded that the police investigate the crimes they had committed over the years. The list of bribes and favors they had received, along with photos of the CTV at the crime scene, had been compiled and attached to an email. Back at Napoleon's school, Ha-yang leisurely lit a cigarette and said, if Jia-yun-ma is really crazy, we'll run into him sooner or later. The next day, at Sumun High School, Mina was tearing down posters and shouting, the king has appeared! Dong-gu looked uncomfortable and told Mina, why are you doing that? The bespectacled boy standing next to them sighed, thinking that Mina had taken his job. Mina responded nonchalantly, I'll take care of my job, and you guys can just leave. You're all losers. Behind Do-yeon, two friends were carrying him on their shoulders. Do-yeon was wearing a crown, ready for a triumphant parade. The boy on the left said respectfully, it's an honor to serve the king of the South. The boy on the right struggled to say, don't talk about the poster. This time, it's been reprinted entirely. The image of Do-yeon fighting Pak Cheon has been redrawn vividly. The caption reads, Kim Do-yeon, the ruler of South Seoul, without any modesty. The crowd was parading and shouting, anyone who does evil, Do-yeon will come for you! Head Nam and Gang Chun were standing aside, eating, and couldn't help but sigh. School life is so harsh that we have to go to the cafeteria ourselves, Gang Chun said with a sigh. I brought my gym clothes yesterday, but there's no place for us at Sumun anymore. Mina struck a pose, annoyed, and scolded Dong-gu. In this era, Who still distributes flyers? Just post it on SNS and it's done. Dong-gu replied honestly, our SNS isn't popular at all. The bespectacled boy in front was lost in sorrow because he lost his job of distributing flyers. Oh, I'm so sad, he said, sitting down on a bench. Head Nam and Gang Chun sat down next to him, sympathizing. You too, huh? We're in the same boat. Do-yun was being carried in a parade, but his expression remained gloomy as usual. He pretended to smile, looking happy. Ha ha ha. He raised both hands to cover his ears. On the way home from school, Dong-gu and Do-yun were walking together after school. Dong-gu said, I put the reward money in my locker. Do-yun, who was eating, quickly replied, I just saw it. Dong-gu expressed gratitude. Thanks, man. From this point on, Dong-gu had happy days with his friends, taking photos and smiling. Do-yun interrupted. I did it for the money. If you're going to say something sappy, just shut up. Dong-gu couldn't help but exclaim about Do-yun's fighting skills. You really defeated Yugi Aion and PK Cheon, a series of unbelievable events just after defeating Pak Cheon. Do-yun quickly took a photo and sent it to Cho Song-gu, demanding a reward. PJ Cheon has been defeated. Prepare the reward by Monday. And then Dong-gu excitedly asked if the photo was photoshopped. Yoon replied, It's genuine. Professional fighters don't waste time on photoshopping. It's faster to fight. Jong-gu smiled slightly, feeling happy. Because the difficult times were finally over, he recalled how Do-yeon defeated Jong-chan, and at that time, Jong-gu was injured by him. Do-yun had taken revenge for Jong-gu and was still settling scores with PJ Cheon. Jong-gu praised him. You're really amazing. Suddenly, Dong-gu changed the subject and said, I don't want to be a burden, so I need to prepare too. He made a naive face and said, I'm learning how to fight. Do-yun was chewing something and was surprised to hear that. The next target, at this moment, at an abandoned area in Seoul, Seo Guk-hyun was tossing a ball in his hand and asked, Has Pak Cheon been defeated? He was delighted at the prospect and thought they should celebrate if it were true. One of them replied, but said it was just a rumor. He added that many people were spreading rumors that they had defeated Pak Cheon. Cha-eun and Guk-hyun were surprised. Really? That guy isn't easy to defeat. Isn't that right, Dong-hyuk? Dong-hyuk, who was being bullied in front of him, replied fearfully, Yes. Guk-hyun saw this and threw a ball at Dong-hyuk, who painfully hugged his stomach and groaned. Guk-hyun was furious. You idiot! Did I ask you to speak? I told you to shut up! The ball hit Dong-hyun and fell to the ground. Dong-hyun winced and was ordered to do something. He meekly obeyed, picking up the ball amidst the others' mocking laughter. This stupid guy is so funny. He walked over and handed the ball to Guk-hyun, who allowed him to return to his seat. Dong-hyuk's designated seat had a special sign on it. The girl sitting next to Guk-hyun mocked Dong-hyuk, saying he was pitiful, born to be a clown. Guk-hyun rudely added, Don't blame others, blame your parents for giving birth to you as a joke. They treated him like a pet, drawing and making him stay in his place. Blame your parents for giving birth to you as a joke, haha, right? Dong-hyuk stood there, listening to Guk-hyun's insults without daring to react. Guk-hyun, due to the vast difference in strength, asked again, Answer me! This guy dares not to answer? Seeing Dong-hyuk still not responding, Guk-hyun's anger escalated, and he threw a baseball bat towards Dong-hyuk, almost hitting him. But Dong-hyuk quickly dodged, avoiding the ball. Dong-gu, standing beside Do-yun, was startled and asked, What's going on? Dong-hyuk finally dared to look up and saw Do-yeon's incredibly handsome face behind him. I think you're about to throw a ball back at Guk-hyun, Do-yeon said calmly. Guk-hyun, not knowing the situation, asked, What are you talking about, Kao Chung-sumun? Just then, a baseball smashed into his mouth. The girl next to him screamed in shock, Ah! Do-yoon threw a tray of food and told Dong-gu to hold it. Dong-gu was confused. What are you doing? The girl, still angry, saw Do-hyun and praised his handsomeness. Oh, he's so handsome! The gang members stood up and approached Do-yoon, one of them asking, "What's going on? Who's this handsome guy?" The leader, a tough-looking man, stood up and said, "Are you blind, Chao Jong-sumun? Can't you see our uniforms? Do you know who we are?" Do-yoon ignored him and took out a revolver from his pocket, pointing it at the leader's head. The leader suddenly shut up as a rubber bullet hit him between the eyes, making him fall backward. The bullet rolled on the ground, and he touched his forehead in pain. The golden-haired underling asked in confusion, "What's going on? Is that a gun?" He panicked and looked around. He tried to act tough and approached Do-yeon, saying, "How can you have a gun in Korea?" Do-yeon kicked him, making him fall forward. Before he could hit the ground, Do-yeon punched him in the chest, grabbed his collar, and pulled him to the side. The man struggled to breathe, groaning. Do-yoon pulled the man's head and slammed his face into the wall, pressing him against it, and pointed the gun at his back, then shot him lightly into the spine. He writhed in agony, his face numb, moaning and crying out. Damn it," he begged. "Yoon, wait, damn it, can't breathe." But it was no use. Do-yoon immediately gave him another shot straight to the head. The other two underlings were frightened and defended themselves. "What's going on? Why does this guy have a gun in Korea?" One of them pretended to give an order. "Throw the gun away." Do-yoon raised the gun to his mouth, blew away the smoke gently, and said, "We're not throwing it away. Let's just get on with it." The cries of pain echoed from them, reverberating throughout the street. She was still standing there watching the drama unfold. "Oh my God." Guk-hyun, who had just regained consciousness, also asked, "Who is this guy?" He wiped the blood from his mouth and said, "Why did you suddenly appear and do this? Are you the assassin sent here?" Do-yoon stood tall, looking at Guk-hyun. He sneered and said with his hands on his hips, "PJ Cha-yoon told me to capture SEO Guk-hyun and bring him back." Do-yoon didn't bother to ask his identity. "Who are you?" He gritted his teeth, his broken teeth visible, and said, "What is this? Why are you doing this?" Then angrily charged forward to fight Do-yoon. Standing still for a few seconds, Do-yoon told him to look at the gun. As he charged forward, he suddenly stopped, thought for a moment, and looked at the gun. Do-yoon then joked, "It's pointed straight at Guk-hyun's head, damn it." A shot straight into his head. He fell to the ground after being hit. Dong-hyuk stood silently, watching the flash battle. Their next target was Cho Chung-jae. The reason Do-yoon and Dong-gu were here was to eliminate Cho Chung-jae, the new target Dong-gu had put a bounty on. Despite being shot and fallen to the ground, Do-yoon still pointed the gun at him. Guk-hyun lay there with a swollen forehead, muttering, "Why?" Do-yoon replied seriously, "Because of stir-fried pork." Their target was Cho Chung-jae. It started 2 months ago, from the day they set their target as Cho Chung-jae. Do-yoon was leisurely enjoying the cool summer breeze while browsing his phone. A familiar voice called out. It was getting quite hot. "Aren't you hot, big brother?" It was Park Jin-ju, the former student of Yugi Ion High School. He was being polite, fanning Do-yoon. Listening to him drone on, Do-yoon irritably said, "Stop calling me big brother all the time. You're 20 years old, right? How long have you been kneeling?" In front of him was Jong-gu, who was trying to improve his physical strength. Do-yoon was very puzzled. "Why did you transfer to this school?" Jin-ju replied with sparkling eyes, "Because this is where Big Brother is." A few days ago, he had gone to the principal's office of Sumun High School and knelt down, begging, "Please allow me to follow Big Brother wherever I go." Do-yoon was annoyed and refused him. "Why do you need to follow me? I told you not to call me Big Brother." Jin-ju happily replied, "Don't mind the age, sir." He went on to talk about the rules of life. The strong become the Big Brother. Isn't that the natural law? Admiring the strong is men's instinct. Then he continued, "I, Park Jin-ju, used to think that the mountain I saw at Yugi Eon was the highest. But thanks to Big Brother, I realized there are even higher mountains in this world." Do-yoon was annoyed, scratching his ear, not sure if he had been paying attention to Jin-ju's story. Suddenly, He remembered something. Why wasn't this guy caught? Both Jong Beom and Jong Chan were already in prison. Why wasn't this guy caught? Both Jong Beom and Jong Chan were already in prison. He sent a text message to the police, expressing his doubts. The police, who had been corrupted, replied, Park Jin-ju wasn't caught because he wasn't guilty of anything. He wasn't involved in the incidents at Yugi Ion High School. Ha ha ha. He's just a muscle freak, that's all. We can't just fabricate a crime for him. Sorry, Jinju. Suddenly he stood up, bowed, and begged, Please accept me, big brother. I, Park Jin-ju, will serve you for the rest of my life. Do-yun was also at a loss with him. Since he had never done anything bad like Yugi Hyun, he reluctantly accepted, do as you like. Mina walked up to Do-yun, posing. Why is it so hot again? Oh, I'm sweating. 2 months had passed, but Do-yun still didn't pay attention to her. He replied listlessly, So? Mina still tried to get his attention. Can you wipe the sweat for me? Jinju quickly agreed. I'll wipe it for you. With what? With my hand, of course. Mina punched Jinju in the stomach. Pervert, get out of here! Do-yun watched the annoying scene in front of him and thought of a wicked idea. Maybe I should just kill them all and leave Korea. Suddenly, Dong-gu called out, Kim Do-yun, check the time. It's already over 10 minutes, right? Do-yun said, There are still 3 minutes left. Dong-gu trembled. It looks like you're lying again. You're lying again, aren't you? And whether this is really related to fighting to achieve the next goal. I'm learning how to fight these past 2 months. I've been training my physical strength and only practicing leg techniques. You didn't teach me any skills at all. You doubt my progress. Say something else. Am I really getting stronger? I still see Ho at 1358. Do-yun coldly said, Shut up and do as I say the next day. Dong-gu was in the school restroom when Do-yun's voice echoed 6,000. 1, huh? Dong-gu was taken aback. Dong-gu! Do-yun stood outside the restroom and continued. The next target you choose is to eliminate Cao Zhongshe-dong. The reward this time is 6,000. 1. Dong-gu was distressed about the money and said, Hey, you just raised the price by 1,000. 1, didn't you? Let's discuss this later. Can we? I can't focus, Do-yun confidently asked. Back, why should I follow your schedule, I repeat. Cao Zhongshe-dong is done, and you confidently assessed. It will be a much more difficult challenge than Yugi Eon Jonggu heard him say that, and sighed endlessly. You investigated beforehand. Huh, it's surprising, but there's no way that could happen. It's all just Do-yun's self-assessment. The rule isn't that the next opponent will always be stronger. Jonggu argued back in frustration. What rule are you talking about? Do-yun ignored Jonggu and continued. Even so, working with a useless person like you will greatly increase the difficulty. Jonggu heard the 2 words useless person and jumped up. What did you say? How could it be that bad? In the past 2 months, I've been training my life away according to you. Do-yun didn't care about the process and just said, prove it. Dong-gu shut up and said I've trained, so now let me prove that I'm not useless. Do-yun just pointed to Park Kang-yu as the target for Dong-gu to practice on. Dong-gu was taken aback. Park Kang-yu, huh? Do-yun added the judo twins transferred schools, so right now Park Kang-yu is the strongest at Kaojong Sumun. And then he said coldly, Today you will take down Park Kang-yu and become the big brother of Kaojong Sumun, yes. Dong-gu heard that and lost all sensation. What did you say? I'm the big brother of Sumun. Aren't you already the big brother? Why, Do-yun replied nonchalantly. I'm on a different level. Kaojong Sumun isn't even worth mentioning. The image of Dong-gu being the big brother of Sumun appeared. Do-yun also set a condition. If you succeed within a week, I'll make Cao Zhongshe-dong disappear. At this moment, the students in the school were buzzing. A male student stood up and spread the shocking news. Hey, big news! Big news! Mazongu challenged Park Kang-yu. A male student stood up and spread the shocking news. Hey, big news, big news! Ma Zonggu challenged Park Kang-yu. Another male student chimed in with a comment, along with the transfer student. Finally, he's gone crazy, huh? A student nearby asked back, so where are they now? The response came from across them. They're gathering at the auditorium. Oh great, let's go get some popcorn. Mat Kin was also woken up by this shocking news at the central auditorium. Ma Donggu and Park Kang-yu were surrounded by a circle of students eager to watch the fight. Donggu stood tense in a fighting stance, looking at Kang-yu. The name Kang-yu was known for being delusional. He thought these bastards are talking bad about me again. Mat Kin woke up confused and said, Donggu is fighting Park Kang-yu. The scene changed to outside the school. Someone was looking at Do-yoon's poster and said, Isn't this Chao Jong-sumun, the one who claims to have defeated PG Cheon? The follower replied, There are many rumors, but all the cameras around were damaged. It's likely that it's just a rumor. The scar-faced man smiled with interest. Suddenly his eyes became crazy and he muttered to himself, Pak Cheon, that guy was very strong. I don't know what happened to him. It was updated that Pak Cheon seemed to have become disabled. The scar-faced man continued, What made Cho Pak Cheon retire? It must be related to the National Alliance. He threw away the poster in his hand and laughed mockingly. The idiots at Chaojong-sumun, how could they possibly defeat Pak Cheon? Pak Cheon, indeed. Even if it were true, those wannabes relying on the reputation of the 12 magicians are everywhere, he said, and kicked the door. The lock broke and fell to the ground. He slightly opened the door and muttered something about Southwest Seoul, or Northwest Seoul. In front of him was a group of thugs. Some held baseball bats, some were empty-handed. They stared at him aggressively. The scar-faced man nonchalantly put his hands in his pockets. The scar-faced man sneered. Is that right? Park Sang-shik, you coward! You dare to sell the reputation of our big brother to make a profit! The one called Park Sang-shik shouted. Yes, and ordered his underlings to attack. Kill these bastards! The underlings rushed forward like a swarm of bees. They charged forward, shouting to build up momentum. Ah, ah, ah! The first one was quickly taken down by the scar-faced man. Fresh blood spilled from his nose. The second one rushed forward, cursing, damn it! Come on, you guys, kill him. As he charged forward, he was grabbed by the scar-faced man who slammed his head into his knee. Fresh blood splattered on the floor. The remaining two were also frightened, but didn't dare to retreat. The underling was in pain. Crying out, two guys passed out and fell to the ground. Two others were trembling. Only the one named Sang-shik was still furious, his face full of blood. Scarface was dancing with his hands and then rushed towards them like a hungry tiger, punching continuously at the faces of the two underlings, who were caught off guard and fell back, their weapons slipping from their hands. Scarface quickly approached Sang-shik, who panicked and shouted, grabbing a hammer in his hand and swinging it fiercely, stepping towards Sang-shik, whose head was red with anger. At this moment, Sang-shik was trembling, stuttering this, and then ferociously jumped up, trying to hit Scarface with the hammer. But Scarface was not backing down. He gripped the hammer tightly in his hand and was one step ahead. The hammer in his hand struck straight at Sang-shik's face. Sang-shik was hit on the head and spun around in the air, crashing to the floor, causing everything around him to shake. He was beaten mercilessly by Scarface. The punches were strong, and Sang-shik gradually lost consciousness. He lay sprawled on the floor, one leg bleeding profusely. On Scarface's hand, drops of blood were dripping down the hammer onto the floor. He said to Sang-shik's gang. Back in the Sumun High School auditorium, where the fight for the first place was taking place, the crowd was gathered to watch the match. Jason was surprised and covered his mouth. The glasses were also very shocked. Yun was sitting and watching with no expression. Bak Kang's hands were covered in blood. Bak Kang-yu's hand was covered in blood, he shouted angrily. You damn guys are causing a ruckus! Down below, Donggu had collapsed to the floor. Donggu struggled to get up. His fellow students were shocked. As he stood up, some even praised him. That's amazing. Just as he was getting up, unsteady on his feet, Kang-yu punched him in the face again. and continued to punch him in the stomach. The crowd was discussing, how can he still stand up after being beaten like that? Dong-gu is really stubborn. Kang Yu, who was now tired, shouted angrily, "This bookworm!" Dong-gu, who wasn't seriously injured, wiped the blood from his mouth with his hand, stumbling, looking at Kang Yu, who was panting heavily. Kang Yu, seeing this, couldn't just stand by. He shouted loudly, "Just lie there, you idiot!" With that, Kang Yu rushed forward and punched Dong-gu in the face again. The punch sent Dong-gu stumbling backward. The two guys took a few steps back, feeling the pain spreading across their faces. But now it didn't matter. Dong-gu mustered his strength to punch Kang Yu, but with such a weak punch, Kang Yu easily dodged it. Kang Yu sneered. With that slow punch, "What are you trying to do, standing up again?" He kicked Dong-gu in the stomach, making him almost collapse. Dong-gu cried out in pain. Suddenly, something was kicked straight at his face. Kang Yu kicked Dong-gu's face with a painful kick. Dong-gu must have been gasping for breath after this. The bespectacled one, standing outside, saw the scene and was stunned, not knowing what to say, except calling out Dong-gu's name. Dong-gu was thrown back, his back scraping against the floor. The bespectacled one recalled their previous conversation. He asked Dong-gu, "Have you been learning to fight from Yun lately?" Dong-gu smiled awkwardly. "Haha, I don't know if I've learned anything, but I'm trying my best. I can't rely on Yun forever." The bespectacled one wondered. "Isn't it okay to rely on him?" Dong-gu turned to him, surprised, and explained, "No, I think each person has their own role. It's already been decided. Do-yun was born to be Do-yun, and we are ourselves." Back in the arena, Kang Yu looked tired, watching Dong-gu trying to stand firm. Dong-gu, no matter what. Even though he's been beaten several times, he's still determined to fight to the end. The crowd couldn't hide their surprise, thinking that Dong-gu would have given up after being punched several times. Is he crazy? He's getting up again. He must have broken bones. It's only natural. How can Dong-gu keep getting up like that? On the other side, Dong-gu's face was bruised, but he was still trying to defend himself. His breathing was rapid. Kang Yu's mouth was agape. Shocked by Dong-gu's stubbornness, he thought to himself, "What is this guy thinking? He can barely stand," but looking into Dong-gu's determined eyes, he felt a bit panicked. Why does he have that look in his eyes? Last time was the same. This guy. He remembered when Dong-gu was brutally beaten by Dong-chan. If he hadn't transferred schools, he wouldn't have been able to do anything, he thought to himself. This guy is crazy, thinking that being overconfident will solve everything. Okay, let's see how long you can be confident. It won't be easy. I'll make sure you can't get up again. Just knock you out and it's over thinking this. He rushed forward, punching Dong-gu relentlessly. Dong-gu was in pain, but still trying to withstand. Dong-gu counterattacked with a left hook, but Kang Yu dodged it easily. Seeing an opening, Kang Yu kicked Dong-gu straight in the face, causing him immense pain. The people in the anime club outside were also very worried. Dong-gu! Dong-gu! As Dong-gu crashed to the floor, Eun just sat there, watching calmly, saying nothing. The auditorium fell silent. The only sound was Kang Yu kicking Dong-gu repeatedly. Kang Yu was kicking and cursing. "This damn guy, stop crawling, stop getting up, you insect!" After a while he was tired, so he stopped, panting heavily. "Damn it, you wretched guy, keep making a ruckus, you ungrateful bastard!" Kang Yu turned around and left. He was also irritated by this meaningless fight. As he walked away from the crowd, Kang Yu shouted, avoiding the group of thugs. Standing there, Mat Kin was lost in thought, recalling what was said back then. He said to Dong-gu, "Do-yun was born to be Do-yun, and we are ourselves." Upon hearing this, Dong-gu was taken aback for a few seconds before softly saying, "Yes, Do-yun is Do-yun, and we are us. I can't become Do-yun, but it's okay." Just as Kang Yu was about to leave, Dong-gu suddenly shouted, "How dare you run away!" The shout was so loud that it made Kang Yu stop in his tracks, and the surrounding crowd was no exception. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see what Dong-gu would do next. Dong-gu continued, "Don't run away, it's not over yet." Kang Yu was taken aback, his mouth agape. "Damn it, are you a zombie or something?" he said before charging at Donggu. Fists clenched. Donggu couldn't dodge and took the full force of the punch, his head snapping back. But suddenly the corners of Donggu's mouth curled up. Kang Yu was taken aback by this reaction. "You're smiling? You've finally gone crazy, haven't you? I clearly hit you," Kang Yu thought. Suddenly Donggu charged at Kang Yu, punching him, but with such weak force, it was hard to hurt Kang Yu. Kang Yu was even more surprised, and Donggu became more determined. A few hours earlier, Donggu was sitting on a bench, talking to Do Yun. "How can I win against Park Kang Yu?" Do Yun simply replied, "It's not about how, it's about you having to defeat Park Kang Yu." It was because of those words, and his determination to change, that Donggu didn't want to remain weak and reliant on Do Yun. Kang Yu looked at Donggu's expression and couldn't help but feel uneasy. This bored face, is this the face of someone who's been beaten? Do Yun's words suddenly echoed in his mind. Just 3 minutes. A normal level fight depends on physique, stamina, and willpower. You and Park Kang Yu aren't that different in physique, so this fight will depend on stamina and willpower. You've prepared well for those two things. As for Park Kang Yu, he wasn't even hurt yet. As long as Donggu could hold on for 3 minutes, Park Kang Yu wouldn't be able to react to his punch. Just like Do Yun said, Donggu successfully landed a punch on Kang Yu's face. Kang Yu stumbled backward, shocked, and shouted in his heart. Do Yun's voice kept echoing in Donggu's mind. Park Kang Yu, provoked by you, will waste his stamina crazily and eventually exhaust himself. Donggu continued to jump up and knee Kang Yu's face. At this moment, Donggu's appearance wasn't much different from Do Yun's when they fought. The groaning of Kang Yu fueled Donggu's excitement. Standing firm was already hard, breathing was painful, but he would go through hell and become a real punching bag. Donggu recalled every word Do Yun had advised him, urging him to exert all his strength and defeat Park Kang Yu. Exert all his strength and defeat Park Kang Yu. Suddenly, a punch came out of nowhere and hit Donggu's face. Of course, Do Yun's voice in Donggu's subconscious was Kang Yu cursed angrily. "You damn bastard, you've been hit by that move!" Donggu also groaned in pain, and at that time, Do Yun had said that with only physical superiority, it was hard for him to win, but the most important thing in this plan was willpower, strengthened by physical strength. Both sides exchanged blows, attacking and counterattacking. When you want to achieve everything, even victory, punch again and again. Donggu gathered all his strength into his right fist, raised it high, his eyes revealing determination. Memories of his weak self flashed back, the times he was bullied. Donggu poured all his grievances and humiliation into this punch, and luckily, it landed squarely on Kang Yu's face. The times he was treated like a plaything by Kang Yu, forced to eat disgusting things and bullied by the fungus-headed guy, all of these were thrown away with the punch into Kang Yu's face. The killing intent in Donggu's eyes could no longer hide his anger. The resentment and willpower gave Donggu strength. He jumped up, using his fists to retaliate against what he had endured. His close friend Donggu was also watching, waiting for the outcome. He recalled when Donggu said, "There's no need to become Do Yeon. Just being myself is enough." Mina, Jason, Matt Kin, the fat friend, and even Do Yun, everyone was holding their breath, watching Donggu's determination. Donggu roared, unleashing all his strength, willpower, and expectations. For a few seconds of silence, the person lying on the floor was Kang Yu. The cheers of the crowd surrounded Donggu, who had won. Kang Yu's underlings were stunned, covering their faces. The members of the club were overjoyed, running to Donggu and hugging him. Mat Kin was also happy, perhaps because Donggu had grown stronger day by day. carrying his will. The sunset scene that evening was unusually beautiful. A jubilant Dong-gu shouted, "I won!" The strongest at Sumun High School had changed hands. Breakhead branch in Russia. A pair of slender hands typing away on the keyboard with a clicking sound. The red-haired girl reports to the other end of the line. "Leader, I have sent all the information you requested via Cox. Cox is a secret messaging app developed by Blackhead." Sitting on the chair, the girl's hands type away on the keyboard. The name of the leader. When will it be? Turned back to Korea. Do-yoon walked while responding to the other end of the line. No matter what. "Thank you, Dong-gu." Now in a new position, Dong-gu followed behind Do-yoon, wearing wireless earbuds. "Wireless earbuds, huh? Great quality, where did you get them? Your uncle's company hasn't even released them yet. But you're talking to an AI, right?" Jong-gu asked curiously, but Yoon replied coldly, "Nothing." Jong-gu pressed on. "Where are we going?" Do-yoon irritatedly asked him to ask one question at a time. Dong-gu was slightly confused. "Which question should I ask first?" Calming down, he asked, "Where are we going?" Do-yoon responded gently, "I promise to make Choe Ok-dong disappear within a week." He quickly pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, a male student was being strangled by an AI, forced to stick out his tongue. "Right," he said, looking up in surprise as both of them entered. "What's going on?" Do-yoon stepped forward, followed by Dong-gu. All the AIs in the room turned to look at them. Do-yoon put his hands in his pockets. With a calm face, he said, "I have to keep my promise." A few minutes later, one of the underlings was lying unconscious on the pool table, covered in blood. Another was passed out on the floor, likely due to being kicked in the head. Do-yoon approached the leader, who was holding a marble. The leader trembled, thinking, "This guy is an AI?" Jun-jun looked at Do-yoon with a bruised face and thought, "How can Sumun have someone like this?" It turned out he was a fourth grader at Seokdong High School. Do-yoon quickly took down the underlings with precise ball throws and kicks to the face. Do-yoon looked at him sternly. "Do you want to live or die?" The leader was startled. "What?" Do-yoon continued, "If you want to live, listen carefully to what I say. I'll only say it twice. Send all the web pages to the app I've installed." Guk-hyun was shocked, not understanding how Do-yoon had obtained his confidential information. He wondered how Do-yoon knew about his website. Do-yoon continued, "Condition 2. Whether you agree or not, tell your boss that I'll give him time to come to Sumun and kneel down. If your boss comes to Sumun and surrenders to our leader, there won't be any bloodshed." Do-yoon's face turned pale upon hearing this. CEO Guk-hyun looked at Dong-gu and secretly assessed, "Is this the new leader of Sumun? How powerful is he to have a subordinate like this?" Dong-gu hesitantly called out to Do-yoon, trying to sound brave. Hey, haha, can we talk for a bit?" Both turned around to talk. Dong-gu said, "You're going to call Wang Wook to Sumun, right? Do you think Wang Wook will listen to you?" Do-yoon responded nonchalantly, "If I call, he'll come. What can he do?" Dong-gu was terrified, holding his head in fear. "Do you know what kind of person Wang Wook is? How can you say that? You're crazy!" Do-yoon said, "We'll start a massacre." Dong-gu stuttered upon hearing Do-yoon's cold statement. Massacre? Are you insane? What era is this?" Do-yoon remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "If we catch the shrimp, we'll attract the bigger fish. It's convenient. We'll wipe out Choe Ok-dong in one go." Dong-gu panicked. "Don't say crazy things. Do you know how many guys Choe Ok-dong has?" "We'll all die," Do-yoon responded calmly. "That's not your concern." Unlike Do-yoon's calm demeanor, Dong-gu was frantic. "We're all going to die, and you say it's not my concern?" Do-yoon approached Guk-hyun, who was kneeling. "Bring Wang Wook to me, understand?" The man was taken aback for a moment before laughing. "Really?" Do-yoon warned. "What are you laughing at? Want to die?" The man said, "I've never met an opponent who asked to face our leader." At Gyeongbuk Gyeongjun Housing, someone stood with a furious expression, sweating profusely, thinking, "Is that really human?" The movements couldn't be considered human. The screams of the AIs cut through the silence. Many men fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. A man was frantically killing the AIs present. The witness was terrified. The rumors were true. That was indeed a demon. He panicked and ran away. "This is crazy, I have to get out of here." But suddenly a slashing cut through the air. Tay let out a "ha" before being slashed across the neck and stomach by the madman, fresh blood splattering out instantly. The madman grinned eerily, turning back towards Do-yun, who slowly stepped forward amidst Guk-hyun's suspicion. "You want to meet the leader of our gang that badly?" On the side of the warehouse, one person lay unconscious on the floor, covered in blood. Another was horrified, clutching their bloody neck. Two others charged fiercely. Everyone still breathing there mustered all their strength to rush towards the madman wielding the knife, demanding crazily. He charged swiftly, slicing through the flesh of each person with his knife. Before they could even feel anything, they fell, struck by mortal wounds. Drops of blood splattered into the air, filling it with a pungent, deadly stench. Guk-hyun responded, "Currently, he's on a business trip." The scene at the warehouse continued, the leader charging like he was flying, raising the knife high and bringing it down in beautiful, deadly arcs. His mouth curled into a fierce grin as he watched the man, who now resembled a frenzied killer. Suddenly, his eyes froze. "Something just happened," Guk-hyun said slowly. "When will he return to Seoul?" Amidst the frenzy of slashing and killing, it seemed he had been pierced through the hand by an arrow. He was surprised, seemingly unable to sense the presence of this object. What is this? An invisible force rushed towards him, striking his head with great force, leaving him no time to react. He was flung away. As he was hit, he vaguely felt something leave his body. His teeth. The broken teeth were scattered all over the floor. He lost consciousness, lying not far from the warehouse door. Guk-hyun said to Do-yun, "The broken teeth were scattered all over the floor. He lost consciousness, lying not far from the warehouse door." Guk-hyun said to Do-yun. Guk-hyun told Do-yun, "I'll arrange for you to meet him right away. 10:22. 10:22. At the detention center, B.G. Cha-eun-woo sat silently in his wheelchair, in a solitary cell. A voice broke the silence. "Min-hee?" The familiar name was called out through the iron bars. B.G. Cha-eun-woo heard it and turned around. Jang Chun-shich was examining Do-yun's poster on his hand. This guy, 2 months ago, took down Gao Zhong's Yugi Yong. He even stormed into your pool hall and threatened you, right? Jang Dong-soo spoke up, his face bandaged. "Yes, that's right. He's the underling of Ma Dong-gu, the new leader of Gao Zhong Sumun. He came in, demanding to meet the big brother, saying the big brother must go to Sumun and kneel down to apologize." Inside the room, a group of underlings stood in a neat line behind him. "Of course, I taught him a lesson he'll never forget," Jang Dong-soo said proudly. Jong-gu asked curiously, "Do-yun, is Wang Wook really coming to Sumun?" "No, if he really comes, then what?" Do-yun sipped his drink while Jinju massaged his shoulders, then beat him to a pulp, he said leisurely. Dong-gu showed a displeased expression. "Shut up, you don't understand Wang Wook. Wook is not the kind of person you think he is. And then he turned to Jinju to find allies, right? Jinju also followed along." "Yeah, that's right." Dong-gu, hearing this, happily continued speaking. "He is a person who exceeds the limits of humanity. You describe how terrifying Wang is. He is human, but not human." Do-yun, who was eating, looked tired of the conversation and interrupted, "What are you talking about?" Dong-gu insisted on continuing. "When I was in 9th grade, I heard that Wang Gu had beaten a bear to death. 3 years ago, at Lim Zoo Garden, a white bear escaped and caused chaos. In the end, it was beaten to death by someone. And that someone was Wang Gu." Do-yun didn't pay much attention to Dong-gu's ramblings because they weren't scary enough for him. Dong-gu got frustrated because Do-yun wasn't paying attention. "Listen seriously, okay?" Do-yun asked back. Annoyed. "What's done is done. It can't be changed." Then he advised Dong-gu to review the video and practice. Outside the school campus, a stranger wearing a raincoat approached, clearly with no good intentions. Do-yoon, on the other hand, was certain that Wang Wook would come. Sumoon returned to where Chun-shich and Jong-soo were talking. Jong-soo wondered, "Big brother, that Kim Do-yoon, we've taken care of him, but I feel something's off. His movements are similar to Ha Che-ho and Ma Jong-gu." Then he suggested a crazy idea. What if we take him down before he gets stronger? When Chun-shich heard the name, he was flustered and said, "What are you talking about? Are you referring to the Ga Che-ho of the National League? If it was really H.A. Che-ho, you would have died long ago." "The beautiful ladies are still here, aren't they?" Shu-chu thought to himself, "What am I saying? That's right, I almost died." From behind, two beautiful women with hot bodies walked towards him. "I'll follow you," Chun-shich said with a smile. "Don't talk nonsense, it's raining outside. Let's go drink and have some fun." He praised, "Wow, this girl is so beautiful." "Do you know who I am?" Jiang Chun-shich, associated with Zeok-dong, asked, "Which school do you attend?" The long-haired girl spoke up, "I attend Chao Trung in Dream." Chun-shich continued to chat with her. "Is it Kao Trung in real life? I'll call it to make it more comfortable for you at school." "Yes," she replied. Zhu Chu, sitting aside, felt jealous upon hearing this and worried about his brother. Recalling that time, Do-yoon was walking home with him. Do-yoon asked, "Was that your house?" He scratched his head and replied respectfully, "Yes, you could say that." Do-yoon said calmly, "It's time to break it off." Dong-gu recalled his situation back then and couldn't help but reflect on himself. A high-ranking member of Zeosi-dong was defeated by Sumun. Recalling that scene, Dong-soo wanted to hide it all and thought to himself, "Life is so hard." Suddenly, the door opened. Da Yong-soo looked up in confusion and asked, "What?" A subordinate rushed in and reported, "Something's happened." Chun-shich asked calmly, "What's going on?" The subordinate introduced himself and reported, "I'm Go Seo Hyuk, in charge of the UNPI base. Our base has been hacked." Upon hearing this, Chun-shich's expression changed. At the UNPI base, Chun-shich and others rushed to see the situation. They were met with a mess of characters on the projection screen. The password is required to unlock it. At the UNPI base, Chun-shich and others rushed to see the situation. They were met with a mess of characters on the projection screen. If you want to know the password, come to Sumun at 8 p.m. tomorrow. Ma Dong-u and Chun-shich were displeased. What does this mean? Dong-soo, upon hearing a familiar name, chimed in, "Ma Dong-gu, is that him?" The leader handed him a phone. "Yes, it's him. Chun-shich was on a call, I'm busy. If it's not important..." Suddenly he shouted, "The CEO Damon base was attacked?" He gritted his teeth and crushed the phone in his hand, cursing, "You damn dog, Ma Dong-gu!" On the other side, Do-yoon was walking home when he suddenly stopped. His hand was still in his pocket, and he remained silent for a few seconds. He sensed danger. His eyes became sharper as he faced the stranger who had encountered Do-yoon at the UNPI base. Chun-shich was still trying to grasp the situation. "What? What is it? Just knowing the password will unlock it, right?" He shouted into the phone, "Tell me clearly!" "What is it? Just knowing the password will unlock it, right?" He shouted into the phone, "Tell me clearly!" Suddenly, the door to the base was kicked open from a distance of 10 meters. Chun-shich, who was cursing, stopped and looked towards the door. The leader, Won Wok, appeared, and Chun-shich's eyes widened in surprise. "Leader!" A few minutes later, all the subordinates were lined up, bowing to welcome the leader back. They said in unison, "We greet the leader!" Even the second in command, Chun-shich, was trembling. Wang Wak stood behind him, and Chun-shich apologized. "If I had known, I would have gone to pick you up, leader." "Sorry, leader," he said as he heavily placed his buttocks on the Wang chair, making a loud thud. "What the heck is going on here? How dare you behave like this?" He spoke while gulping down a bottle of beer. Chun stood hesitantly and replied, "Sir?" without saying anything further. Wang Wak threw the beer bottle and said, "I heard there's a new gambling game in the city, so I came to discuss business." Disappointed, he called out to Pak Chayon outside the room. Wang Wak stood before the iron gate and said, "You have nothing to say?" Pak Cheon hadn't spoken yet. He raised his hand, pointing to the information on the board, and reminded Wang Wak to focus on himself. PG Cheon continued, "Cao Trung Sumun has a monster living there." Recalling PG Cheon's warning, he quickly gathered all the affiliated organizations at Chao Trung Sumun. Du Yun asked the stranger, "Have you been following me since morning?" The stranger removed his hat, revealing his face. "It's been a while, Captain." Wang had already planned his next move. The next day, Zhao To Deng arrived at Sumun, at a luxurious building with a view of the blue sea.